actually what saved them. They built up such an incredible amount of educated human beings on that sub-Sahara. And if they did not speak up, they would have vanished on this planet. So education is too vital to be negated or ignored. So we have serious intellectuals who actually end up building their own weapons, defend themselves. The white person, there was a joke at the time. He said the war between the East, meaning the Biafrans, and the Northerners is a war between the bullet and the brain. So who's going to win? Okay, so I want you to think about that. Someone's got a gun and someone's got a brain. Who's going to win this war? So therefore, to summarize what Prof. Philip said, is that if you then give up on education, they have won. So education is so critical. You have to, in fact, we haven't even started. Wait till Biafra comes. See what education is like. Anyway, let me stop there for now. I'm probably
So Okachi, I hate to interrupt you. If you don't mind, let me just say this, please.
Yes.
Because I attended the University of Calabar, where pretty much every group of students, maybe things have changed now, but every group of students from every background had access to either some form of bursary or except the Igbo students. I remember that very clearly. And they kept saying that they're giving this money to students from oil producing areas, but the students that received the fattest amount were from the north. What oil do they produce? I just thought I should mention that. Thank you for letting me say that. Thank you.
I'm grateful. So feel free to join us later. We're not going in any particular order. I just want to bring bringing all the heavy weapons in now. I think Dele Ogun need to talk to us now, and the rest is more like domestic, if you like. So I defer my talk shortly. But I like Dele, if you're ready now, as I said, we're not going in any particular order. Just offload to us what you like to share, particularly the way you forensically analyze the British role of what's happened to us as a people, how they literally lined everything up in advance, and where we are now because of the imperial underhand, as it were. So please, Dele, Barrister, please enlighten us a bit more. Thank you.
All right, good evening. Can I just check that you can hear me?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Good. By way of introduction, I am your in-law. I prefer to be known as a historian rather than as a barrister, although law and the practice of law has been my occupation for the last 30-something years. But there is a connection between the two, because it's my training as a lawyer that has helped me in putting the pieces of the jigsaw together when I've got my hat as a historian on. Because I like to say that unlike those who read history formally as a degree, my knowledge of history was driven out of self-tuition, but using the forensic skills of a lawyer. And we lawyers, when we're in court, when people bring their witness statements, what we say is that, okay, very well, that's your version of events. But we know that the truth and the real story lies in between the narrative that you're bringing to the courtroom. And it's the same approach that I've taken in terms of the study of Nigeria's history, that the books that were written, and largely written by the British colonials and their offspring, that is their evidence, that's their testimony. But what is the real story? One thing that I want you to understand is this. History is not something that happened. History is something that is happening, even as we speak. And I don't think any group in Nigeria is better placed to understand that than the Biafrans. It is still with us. It is still with you. The consequences, the effects are still being felt even as we speak. The second point is this: history is never static. It is always moving. Why? Because there's always new evidence that is emerging. Take, for example, the narrative and the evidence of Mr. Harold Smith. That was not available until, in fact, in full form, wasn't available until we published his story, the Harold Smith story, earlier this year. Some people had managed to get access to the manuscript, but now the story and that evidence is available. But let's bear in mind that there is still evidence that's hidden away, that there is a box of documents that is still classified, not to be released until 2060. They are applying what they call the 100-year rule. So some documents are so sensitive that they've been classified not to be released for 100 years. So until 2060, by which time I suspect most in this audience would have passed on. So there's still relevant evidence that's being withheld. And then putting my lawyer hat on, we know that if we are seeking to find out what really happened, and if you have evidence which is potentially relevant to the issues that we are considering, and if you refuse or fail to bring that evidence to the table for consideration, the court is entitled to presume against you and draw adverse inferences that what you are withholding is incriminating. So if there's nothing to hide, that box needs to be open and needs to be open now. But let me, in terms of the substance of what I want to talk about, I want to talk about a number of things. I want to talk about that January 15, 1966 coup. I want to talk about Decree 34 and the counter coup of July 1966 and the other pogroms that followed. I want to talk about the British role in that war and under the premiership of Harold Wilson. And then I want to, if time allows, share a reading with you from my mother-in-law's book that I helped her to put together, which I think many of you will be able to relate to. But let's start with the January 15 coup. This remains the core issue. It was labeled an Igbo coup, a coup by the Igbos to grab power. That's the narrative that's always been pushed. But as I said, history is never static. New evidence bubbles up and new questions arise. And on the basis of my research, I can see that that narrative is false. And central to that is a number of items of evidence. The first item is this. There's a book titled The Prospects for Democracy. It was written by Chief H.O. Davis, and it was published in January 1961. As a publisher, if a book is published in January 1961, you can assume that it was in production, research, etc., probably a good at least a year and possibly 2 years before. So Independence is 1960. This book is published January 1961. But I was struck by some of the contents of this book. Chapter 2 was titled Military Regime in Burma, Pakistan, and Sudan. What did those territories have in common apart from military regimes at that time? They were all former British colonies. And here's some interesting extracts from that book. There's one quotation. The breakdown of parliamentary government in the countries under study that is Burma, Pakistan, and Sudan, carries with it no implication that some other system of democratic governance might not have succeeded where the cabinet government system has failed. We have suggested that a system in which the executive and the legislative functions are separated, as in the American presidential system, would appear to be preferable in newly established democracies. So they all started out with a parliamentary system, all ended up with the presidential system. And you can still remind this book was published in 1961. Our presidential system came in 1979. So here's been anticipated. Next quote. The real adjustment is the economic development and industrialization calculated to effect a balance between the developed state of parliamentary institution and the improvement in education, industry, and technology. The disequilibrium may be so severe that temporary expedients of military regime are called for. The tendency is to withdraw the more advanced parliamentary machine while the development of the complementary institutions of education and industry are speeded up. What are they saying there essentially is this, that the parliamentary system is a very sophisticated system and requires a high level of economic development and industrialization to really make it work. Where you have a situation as we had in Nigeria, where there's insufficient economic development and industrialization, you really can't afford a parliamentary system. You need a presidential system, and the temporary expedient to get you there is military regime. Here's a third quote. Nigeria has a very small army and a nucleus of a navy. It has no air force. Again, bear in mind, this is speaking at January 1961. This is a good omen in the light of our analysis, which minimizes the possibility of a military coup. In the 1959 election manifesto of the NPC, there is a demand for the formation of a large army and expansion of the Navy, and the formation of the nucleus of an Air Force, and the expansion of the police force. No reasons were given. Indeed, none can be given in a manifesto. There is no doubt that in formulating their policy, the MPC leaders gave due weight to the dangerous possibilities of a large army and an expanded air force at the present stage of the country's development. So there you are, 1961. It's been said it's a good thing. The things that might make military coup possible are not there. Small army, nucleus, small nucleus of a navy, and no air force. And then in the 1959 NPC manifesto, lo and behold, all those things are coming in. And it is interesting that the foreword to that book, published in 1961, was written by none other than Sir Tafawa Balewa. This is important if you bear in mind that, as I explained in my History of Nigeria, Fatherless People, Tafawa Balewa had been tipped off by the last British governor of northern Nigeria, Brian Sherwood Smith, that when democracy fails, that it's those who control the army and the police force that will prevail. That's an important background to my next point, which is the fact that it was a Briton that was head of the Nigerian army until February 1965. Now think about that. Independence 1960. The fundament of an independent state is the ability to control one's own security. But your security, or the security of Nigeria, was still being headed by Britain up until February 1965. That's just 11 months before the January 15 coup, when Aguiyi-Ironsi was appointed. And by the way, one of the interesting points, and these unanswered questions, is this. I did ask my wife what does Agui mean in the Igbo language? And instantly she said crocodile. I said, what does Ironsi mean in the Igbo language? She rolled her eyes and said, well, you can make sense of it if you break it down. Iro and Insi, but it's not a common word. Now, when time does not allow for me to go into the detail, but one unanswered question is how do we explain the coincidence that the first military ruler of Nigeria, Agui Ironsi, if we give him that name, his nickname was Johnny Ironside, given by the British, and the first military ruler of Britain was Oliver Cromwell, and his nickname was Old Ironside. I leave that particular issue on the table. But here's another related point. Given the tip-off that Sherwood Smith had given Balewa and the North about the control of the army and the police, how was it possible? How did Sardauna in particular, was he persuaded that an Igbo man should be head of the army in succession to the Britain in February 1965? Doesn't seem to me credible that the exercise was as straightforward as appears. Sardauna, as we know, hated Southerners and the Igbos in particular. How was he persuaded, having been tipped off that control of the army was critical, that an Igbo man should be the head of the army? Then I come to the real mystery, which is Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu. This is the basis on which it is said is an Igbo coup, that the majors, 5 of them, 4 of them, were Igbos, 1 was Yoruba, and but the coup was led by Kaduna Nzogu. This is a fellow of Igbo extraction who was born and raised in the north, but the evidence is that he was not a Biafran. The book written by his very close friend, Olusegun Obasanjo, titled Nzogu, makes it clear that he was a one Nigerianist. It is curious that this fellow who, by his own hand, murdered the revered leader of the North, Sardauna Amadu Bello, was given a state burial, even while the war was going on, with full military honors. His body was retrieved from Biafra land, flown to Kaduna, and given a full military honors burial. How was that sold to the North? How is that credible? How is that possible? That the fellow who murdered their revered leader was given an official state burial. Then I moved to Decree 34. What did this really achieve? What did it achieve? When we considered that the military rule had kicked in on the 15th of January, and by its very nature, military rule is unitary. You don't have regional government under a military system. It's like a colonial rule. It is unitary. It is top-down command structure. So if we already had a unitary government in Nigeria from January the 15th, 1966, what did Decree 34 actually do? The one that was blamed on Agui Ironsi, the Igbo head of the army. What did it do? How credible is it that this was the cause of the first round of pogroms just 5 days later, on the 29th of May, 1966? The reason I don't buy the conventional explanation is this, is that the 29th of May is a date that's very significant in Islamic history, not just in Nigeria. It derives from the Islamic conquest of Constantinople, which was then the Christian capital of the Roman Empire. On the 29th of May, 1453. That is when the forces of Islam conquered the Christian empire, and Constantinople became what we now know as Istanbul. But there's more to it, because the second round of pogroms came on 29th of July. And then the third round came on the 29th of September. I hope you can see the sequence or the significance of the 29th. This suggests clearly that these things were not sporadic, they were planned, and including the first one. There's no way it could have been planned within 5 days of Decree 34. Then we move on to the fact that Gawan, a Christian northerner, now been appointed as leader of the Supreme Military Council, despite not being the most senior ranking officer. It suggests to me that the whole strategy and plan was to avoid the war appearing like a battle between the Islamic North and the Christian rest of Nigeria. You achieved that by putting a Christian as the head of the army. Then I moved to the British role in this war. It needs to be understood in the context that when it came to the Spanish Civil War, the British maintained a position of strict neutrality. No supply of weapons, no supply of finance, and no supply of troops. Yet, as far as what we know as the Biafra War is concerned, active participation, weapons, finance, tactics, and indeed mercenaries. Then we look to some of the policies by which the war was prosecuted. We look at the blockade. We look at the change of currency, the £20 compensation. I know this is blamed on Awolowo, the Yoruba leader, but I now invite you, as I said, evidence is never static. It always bubbles up eventually. That there's a book, a new book called Aftermath, which is about the Third Reich, the fall of Nazi Germany. And there, at page 196 of that book, you'll find a discussion of how the currency in Nazi Germany was changed. It used to be the Reichsmark, and it was changed to the Deutschmark. Everyone would receive an allowance of 40 Deutschmarks for the first 60 Reichsmarks. Any Reichsmarks beyond the first 60 will be practically worthless. Now you see the origins of that policy. The last bit that I want to share with you is how the war ended. If you recall how the last flight from Uli, they wanted to portray Ojukwu as a coward who abandoned his people. But here's the background to it, and this is from the memoirs of the British Prime Minister himself, Harold Wilson. I wanted to be satisfied about the willingness of the federal government to negotiate on anything not involving dismemberment of Nigeria. In the event of a military victory, he should let the colonel slip through his hands to safety abroad. And this is my narrative in the book. It should come as no surprise that the war ended precisely in accordance with Wilson's script, when at 2 a.m. on 11th of January 1970, Colonel Ojukwu boarded the last flight from Biafra to safety. Now, the other reading that I want to share with you very briefly is, as I said, from my mother-in-law's autobiography, because when I was in the course of my visits, and I'll be asking questions, and I saw that there was a real story there, and that it's a tragedy if we, and indeed you, allow these stories to die off without being captured. And I'm pleased to say we were able to capture her story. She's still with us. Here's a read. It was just before the end of the war that we had our closest brush with death. Nigerian soldiers came in to destroy a part of town where a very rich man came from. There was a lot of confusion as the Biafra soldiers were running out of their camp shouting that the Nigerians were coming. Next thing, the Nigerian fighter jets were in the air again. They used to fly very low when carrying out their bombing attacks because they knew that there were no guns that could shoot them down. As one fighter jet approached, Alex was carrying Ibelichukwu and I was carrying Ukamaka. Alex was confused in that moment. I said we should hide under their thickets. I was lying on the ground under the thickets, heavily pregnant, and with Ukamaka under me. When little Ukamaka heard the sound of the fighter plane approaching, she would cling to my body in terror. At that moment, Alex was proposing to run with Ebelichukwu to an ukwa tree, which had no cover. But then when I insisted that we stay behind the thicket, he rushed back. It was a good thing too, because just as he did so, a bomb fell by the very tree where he had been heading to with Ebelichukwu. It would have been the end of them both. We were all very shaken by this experience. The truth is that large numbers were killed in the closing days of the war. The Nigerian side bombed an oil palm plant where many people had taken refuge, and it turned into an inferno. Later we heard on the radio Alex's cherished companion news about the ending of the war, that Ojukwu had surrendered on 15th of January 1970. Alex immediately began to discuss about traveling back to our hometown. We decided to hire a 911 lorry for the trip. When Alex went to hire the lorry at the motor park, he saw one of his distant relatives, Joe, passing by and called out to her, "Joe!" He was surprised and asked her what had brought her to Ujali. She said, "War. This is how the war scattered everyone, and family could be living near one another without knowing." She was a nurse who had been working with University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. We didn't know that she had been transferred to Olu during the war. She asked Alex where his family was, and from there she accompanied him back to our house. She spent 2 days with us. She saw my condition. It's a real pleasure to be with you, Biafrans, and I look forward to the further discussions later. Justice, I hope you're there.
Can you?
Yes, he is.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can now.
Their voices are coming out clear. Go on.
Dele, I'm really grateful. That was brilliant because you brought the forensic mind into all this. So we know where to go to next time. Because of the time pressures, and I'm sure Mazi Jonathan is keeping an eye on us all, I'm going to speed up my own presentation because he's talking about genocide before, during, and after the war, which Lola Karamanda will handle for us. Now, there's a mention which Dele has mentioned, and when we come to ask questions, there's some specific dates, 29th of May, 29th of July, 29th of September. These are so classic dates that when you look at it, you say immediately it's planned. The genocide was planned. It was so important to mention that because so much so when Biafra was declared in 30th of May 1967, it meant Biafra and Nigeria are now different countries, and the Nigerians were rattling the saber, started mobilizing to come and invade Biafra. And the date the Biafrans were thinking the invasion was gonna be was on the 29th of June, but it didn't. It came on the 6th of July, alas. So I thought I'd mention that one. Right, so we've had definition of genocide. So I'm going to go straight to the evidence, because John Bullock published in the Daily Telegraph in UK on October 22nd. Remember, I mentioned 29th of May, 29th of July, 29th of September. So therefore, by the 22nd of October, a newspaper edition in Britain, 1966, stated this, that this uninhibited violence is not talking about the killings. The uninhibited violence has been, people are trying to put it forward as another hysterical, spontaneous demonstration of northern dislike of the Igbos. Let me unpack that. If the violence that was meted to the Igbos are uninhibited, it's like you can do what you like to them. Nobody will matter. Nobody will care. So that's how bad it was, uninhibited. And it went to the extreme. Why are we talking about? Nobody was spared. If you're Igbo, if you're, for example, a woman and you're pregnant, they killed you, took out the baby. In fact, they left you alive, took out the baby from the womb, killed the baby in front of you, and then killed you. That's how nasty it was. If you're if you're nurses in the school, they rounded you up and sent you to leper colony to be gang raped. That's how bad it was. So people were having their heads beheaded and put back in the train. So the amount of violence was uninhibited. I just want to put that across. And this happened in the north. There's nowhere was safe. The killing stopped. Anyone know why the killing stopped in the north? When there was nobody else left to kill in the north. So that's how bad it was. Okay, now, so how did it start? Well, it wasn't, if you mentioned that, okay, they killed Adriano Sokoto, they killed the prime minister, and therefore there was a revenge. Yeah? One could look at it from that perspective. In that, then it would have been like, okay, the cities in the north, the Kaduna, this year you had this today you had the riot, and that riot then spread to Zaria, from Zaria to Sokoto, and so on, and Jos. But no, the killing started at 7 p.m. on the Saturday on all the cities, the Kaduna, the Jos, the Zaria, and a dozen of other places, spontaneous, killing on the same day. They planned it. Okay, it started at 7 p.m. on all these cities. The Hausa soldiers who were in the military, they loaded weapons in their hands. They called out gangs from the surrounding villages, and countryside, brought them into the cities. These groups were then armed with whatever they could use to kill somebody. A stick, bows and arrows, cutlasses, knives, whatever you got. But the most telling of equipment they had, the most telling, if you like, what they had in their hand, is not just the weapons, but typed list of addresses of where the Igbos lived. They didn't just get the list of where they lived, they typed it out, and the addresses where the Igbos lived. So it's not something without planning. They've thought about it thoroughly, okay? And so it was estimated between 50 to 100,000 people died in this pogrom. And not to mention the several thousands who were injured, some maimed for life. That resulted in a stampede of everybody who is Igbo or Biafran, Eastern region of origin. It didn't matter if you're Igbo, as long as you're from Eastern region, they call you Nyamini. Nyamini, I suppose, came when you went up there because it's an arid environment, very, very, very hot. So the first thing you want to do is to get some water. Nyamini. So it became Nyamini as something they tease all the Easterners. So every Nyamini that was in the north, when the pogrom started, none of them was left alive. Remember, it wasn't the first time this happened. It happened in 1945 in Jos, it happened in 1953 in Kano. So this is the third wave of killings of people from the Eastern region. They were not joking this time. They meant to get rid of every single person who is from the Eastern region. And there's a clip, which, if you really want to understand the massacre that happened to Dindibo in 1966, there's a report commissioned by the Eastern region government then, under a Justice GCM Onyuku. That is, a tribunal was held. They went from town to town in the Eastern region of those who managed to survive, to get them to deposit evidence of what actually happened in the north. So they have a recording of what happened, and they wrote it all out in a book. I recommend that you read it. Okay, so from that book, on page 144 of it, it said there was the Eastern, they heard the Castina, Emir of Castina. Yes, he was telling the Northerners in Castina. He said to them around 1 p.m. In the afternoon. He was saying, announcing that to the houses they should make sure that no Easterner was left in Castina. Let me explain that. You go around the town and say, make sure no Igbo person, no Easterner is left in a town. Okay? That you're talking about definition of genocide. You want to wipe them out completely. And they said they should either be killed or driven away. And that, as for their properties, well, that property then rightly belongs to the natives. When you drive them away, then whatever they have left, you can then share it. Okay, so why such hatred? There's this primordial hatred because the people from the east went up to the north to sojourn, to practice, to apply their trade, spare part mechanics. They were running the post office, train stations, banks, and so on and so forth. They were living in a place called Sabon Gari. That was visitors or strangers' quarters. You're not allowed to live in the main town, which is walled-in enclosure for the people. So they were able to plan inside those walled fences while you're outside in your own, if you like, ghettoized version. So it was easy for them to plan. As in addition, they had the university students, Abu Zaria, and some foreign lecturers. Some of them were English. They plotted how to get rid of the Igbos. They needed to get rid of the Igbos in the north. So now, when the actual killing started, is because of what they call primordial hatred. They hated them so much, and they had this what they call it privilege. Why are they privileged? Because they were holding the jobs which the Northerners perceived belonging to them, even though they see them as Nigerians, but they see them as foreigners in their own country. So you are from the East, you went to the North to help develop the North, help with the schools as teachers, help with the bankers, post offices, etc., etc. But because the place where you are is hostile to you, they assume that you're taking their jobs. But why did this happen? Because when the British conquered the North, they chose not to bring, they didn't bring their own administrators. They allowed the emirs who were there beforehand, the Fulani emirs who conquered the houses, they allowed them back in. So you conquer an area, instead of administrating according to British principles, they allowed the emirs, which are predominantly Fulani, to continue to rule the land, the houses, which the British have conquered on the British behalf. So there was an imbalance then. So the people who are ruling the North on behalf of the British colonialists were the Fulanese. And the Fulanese have this aristocratic view where they look down on other people. They made sure that the missionaries, which were rife in the South, could not come into the North because they preferred the Islamic schools. There's nothing wrong with that. If you preferred Islamic school, they thought any other knowledge, any other Western-based idea is not acceptable. That is the seed, because when you learned what the English learned, then you became more dangerous to the British administration. You become rebellious because you can now begin to understand what to do. So therefore, reading books was deemed as haram. And then, surprise, surprise, Boko Haram. That's why the seed of it. If you learned what they know, then you become an authority. You can challenge the British. So the Igbos, a majority of them and all people from the eastern region, were up there learning and reading the books and being educated, being educationists and running all the commerce and so on. So they were envied. They were called privileged pariah because they're the ones that have cars, they're the ones that have motorbikes and so on and so forth. So they were envied by the genuine natives because they weren't able to be employed because of the level of education. So that is the background. So having succeeded in killing 50 to 100,000, Those who were able to escape, escaped. Those who were escaping by train were ambushed, heads beheaded, and put back in the train just to intimidate those when the train arrived in Enugu, same people with beheadings and so on. So that was the background between May to end of the year in 1966. So Biafrans, before they became Biafran, the eastern region, they were chased out of northern Nigeria, including Lagos, Ibadan, and so on and so forth. All these places, they had to be emptied of Igbos. Because at that time, their thinking was that Nigeria would be much better without the Igbos. So you get rid of them. But the problem was, having succeeded in getting rid of the Igbos, then a penny dropped and said, the British say, hang on, by killing them, the actual code was Araba, separation. It was the Northerners who wanted to separate from Nigeria by killing the Igbos. So they had to teach them a lesson. So kill them and separate. But they said, hang on, the British went back and told them, if you separate, how are you going to run this country then? How are you you're going to find it difficult to survive economically. Because after all, the Easterners, they have the oil. You see, they have all the oil. So you better not separate. So basically, the British were insisting that the Northerners stay behind and run the actual colony called Nigeria that they have invested a lot on. As a result of that, the British were encouraging them not to separate, but to take charge of the whole of Nigeria. So that is the basis of why the British got involved so early. So now, having succeeded in doing that, we now have a scenario where nowhere in the Federation of Nigeria that was safe for the Igbos. What could the Juku, who was then leading the eastern region, do? They decided to go the extra mile. They went to Aburi to decide in Ghana to discuss how they can best live together. And the solutions were advanced in Aburi. And everybody agreed. But when they came back from Aburi, the Nigerians reneged on it. So much so that the Biafrans had no option but to decide what they want to do. They felt if they stayed, they've already been killed. If another wave of massacre started, there's nothing they can do about it. So if you became a different country, you can at least scream to the outside world and say, look, we're no longer the same country, so therefore we need outside help. So that is the basis why what happened before the war occurred. They were still nursing the injury. They were nursing the wounded. The schools were bricked. The hospital could not, all sorts of things happened. But that's the background where some form of peace was achieved by Ojukwu by going to Aburi, say, this is what we have. On Aburi we stand. But they did not take that seriously. The Northerners, under Gowon, reneged on it. So when Biafra was then declared, because I don't want to go, I just want to discuss about the genocide because there's a lot to discuss. But what did happen was, after the negotiation failed, Biafra was declared, and Nigerians marched across the border calling police action and to carry on the killing, which started up in the north. So you have people who ran from Sokoto, they ran back to Enugu, and then the next time they knew there was another war, people started chasing them. So there was nowhere safe then for the Easterners. They were being killed before the war started. And when the war started, there's a particular genocide that was happening in the eastern part. Each town that was visited by the Northerners, right? Let me give you some examples. But before I do that, I'll just summarize quickly what I've just said. I said to you that the genocide occurred before the war was planned. We have evidence. It was directed. Even the emir was chasing people in his car. It was organized, certainly was well planned. There's no inquiry, however. There's no arrest. No one was punished. There was no compensation, no restitution by the central government. The central government, if you like, was hijacked, like what they're doing now. They take the machinery of the government to direct pogrom against their fellow citizens at the time. So in law, it's called condonement. You condoned it. The government condoned everything happened, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. So when the war was declared, eventually, they carried on the same rampaging vandalism. When they got to Onitsha, for example, when they got to Onitsha, some people ran away. Some decided to stay inside an apostolic church. I'm just giving you highlight examples of what happened. When they got to Onitsha, 200 strong congregation members of apostolic church, they wanted to stay behind and pray for deliverance. Everybody else ran away. Muritala Muhammad's second division stormed into the church, dragged them all out, tied their hands behind their back, and shot every single one of them. So that is part of Nigeria unity. Remember, it's a civil war to reunite the Biafrans who were kicked out of the north and out of the west. And then you're killing them to bring them back into Nigeria. Okay? So by you meet across 300 people who are praying in a church, you bring them all out, tie their hands behind their back, and kill them, execute them. I haven't done even worse in Asaba, Warri, Sapele. You just line up men and wipe them out. So the federal troops having, for unknown reasons, massacred all the men in some towns, just wiped them all out. They went to Calabar, same thing happened. They went to Port Harcourt, same thing. You can say Benin, Aba, Owerri. Every single state they went to, it was mayhem. The Nigerian troops are nicknamed vandals. They just came and killed as many people as they can. So that is part of the background to the genocide that occurred. I think it gave us the definition. By the way, genocide is a crime against humanity. There's no reason why you should be committing genocide, because there's one classic case in the war, which if this was on a video, I will have showed it to you. There's one person called Matthias Kanu, who was arrested by the Nigerian army. The British ITN crew, their TV, was filming the event. Okay, by that time there was no internet, but this particular story went viral, if I can use the term, because they arrested a Biafran young man. He told them he's not in the army, he's not a Biafran soldier. They lined him up. So the interview was with a correspondent, an ITN newscaster. He said, "What are you going to do with him?" Because the captain who captured him said, "What are you going to do with him?" His name is Macaulay Lamudi. "So what are you going to do with this Biafran soldier?" So, "Well, are you going to kill him?" So, "No, we're not going to kill him. We're going to give him food. We're going to feed him, do everything we want." So the English guy said, "Yes, they're not going to kill you. They're going to look after you. They're going to take you to the HQ." Eventually, the camera was left rolling. This is very important. The camera was left rolling. That's ITN. Camera was left rolling. The white guy left. And then when he was no longer there, they tied his prisoner, they got his hand behind his back and his leg, and then they shot him right in front of the TV. It's actually the whole magazine of the AK-47 was emptied. 3 bursts onto his head. The first burst, he screamed and died. And then 2 more bursts just to make sure he died. And then they dragged his body into a little field somewhere. It was appalling. The whole world saw it, by the way. And this went viral. Now, this is what they were doing in front of the camera. The world thought, how much more when no one is watching? So it is clear in everybody's mind that what happened in Biafra was genocide. I'm not even mentioning the starvation. The starvation had been alluded to earlier on. You have blockade. People can't land. People can't come in by boat to bring the food in. They can't come in by land to bring the food in. The land scenario, remember, we're bordering with Cameroon. They talked about Nigerian territorial integrity must be maintained. Is that not so? You're maintaining Nigerian territorial integrity, although colonial in origin. But you gave away a portion of that land to Cameroon. So you've already lost the territorial integrity. Okay, Bakassi was given, Peninsula was given to Cameroon to appease them so that they would seal the border. So Biafra was landlocked. You can't fly in. When you're flying, they shoot at you. So to get food into Biafra was very, very rare. And people died delivering food. So that was the reason why lots of children starved of kwashiorkor, which is protein deficiency disease. So going in summary then, I just want to let you know that, yes, genocide did occur before the war. Genocide occurred during the war. And as Philip Eppion mentioned earlier on, they arrested all the missionaries who helped. the food that was piled up in, I think it's Fernando Po or Fernando Po. They was supposed to fly the food in. The Gawan said, "Keep your bloody money, keep your bloody food. We're not gonna, we look after them ourselves." But he didn't. The 3 hours was a farce. So he made sure that the airport was closed. And if you opened the airport, we'll have fed so many Biafrans that they refused to bring it in. So accentuating the death of more people, okay, immediately after the war. And then, so I'm going to summarize them by telling you that, to be honest, what did happen to Biafrans is just beyond description in the amount of cruelty and viciousness. So we are at the stage now where we ask ourselves, we have a forced marriage as an analogy, where inside that forced marriage, as Biafrans, you're repeatedly raped. And this has been going on since 1945 to 2021, non-stop raping. And then you're fired at or shot at by gunpoint, right? By the rapist, by the way. And then the door is shut. You're not allowed to escape. The borders are sealed. Territorial integrity. But the boundaries, as I mentioned earlier, are artificial in origin because the Berlin Conference gave them that territorial integrity and they meant to maintain it. But are they maintaining Nigeria for the benefit of Nigeria, for the benefit of the British and the larger market? You ask yourself. So then there's no external policing of this union where people are being killed. The whole world is watching. AU, UN, EU, UK, US, all of this humanity are silent. And those who do speak, they only speak from one side. They only say, oh, we see only one side of the dispute. They will not talk about the Biafran side. They will go at any length to appease the Nigerian side. You have to stay one, must be united. That's so you have a peaceful coexistence. We work together and so on. Therefore, they encourage the state-sponsored terrorism. By doing that, that's what you're doing. You're encouraging state-sponsored terrorism within the union. You're reducing the population of the union. What else are you doing? You're affecting the unborn children. You're stunting the growth of the survivors. Nothing has changed. Okay? So all this is going on. It's happening physically, emotionally, mentally, environmentally, spiritually, damaging the people present and, of course, their future generation. How many died? Estimated 3.5 to 5 million have died. And that's accounting, I would say, so far. Over 50 billion worth of properties were destroyed during the war. Over $600 billion at the moment has been looted by Nigeria. They label them fantastically corrupt, but I know the people who are labeling them fantastically corrupt are actually professors of corruption, but that's another story. So the violence continuing to the next generation is where I'm fed up with. When would this stop? Yeah, it's been going on since 1945. It's going on to the next generation remorselessly, unrelentingly, with audacious impunity and in perpetuity. They want to go on forever. Okay? Biafra have endured slavery, by the way, colonialism, neo-colonialism, genocidal war, economic, political emasculation. They are now screaming out for freedom. And that is really where I want to stop. Because the world needs to know the genocide has to stop. It has not really stopped. Okay? So they talked about, I think Dele mentioned as a book, some evidence they're hiding, okay, for 100 years. In 2060 something come out. But 2014 was when they amalgamated Nigeria by Lugard, isn't it? And said that after 100 years, we should be free from that marriage. 100 years have gone and passed. So this 1914, okay, is passing us by. It's supposed to be after 100 years. You should sit down again and discuss a way out. So I looked at it, 1914. So, and I realized, of course, there's a 419 in 1914. If you look hard enough, you see it. So I'm going to pause there and let other people come in. Thank you very much for listening. Okay, so next up is Carol Monday. Carol, tell us more about the experience of post-war killings. We're talking about the war massacre, the Izu River, Aba, Ingwa High School. There's so many things. This list goes on. Please, Carol, update us on what's been happening since the war. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Good evening to the world. My name is Lola Carol Chidinama Monday. I am, by the grace of God, Special Representative for the IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra. I'm also one of the founding members of IPOB. I'd like to thank the host tonight for presenting this program. Thank all the media and all the Biafrans that are listening. I used to present on the radio many years ago, so it's been quite a while since I've been on the radio, but it's very nice to be here tonight. I know that we are missing Nnamdi's thunderous voice as well, but we are here in his absence. The bead exhibition, something that happens every year. Chichi spoke about that earlier, and tonight I'm going to talk about what I spoke about at the last bead exhibition. I talked about what ignited genocide in West Africa. It was the arrival of the foreigners, first the Arab traders in the north, and then the ships came. And then, of course, we know about slavery, and we did talk about this, but I won't talk about this tonight. Of course, the slavery, the millions that were taken from the Bight of Biafra, etc. And then slavery was abolished, and what happened after slavery was abolished? After slavery was abolished, for the British, even the British, humans were a form of produce. That's the only way to describe slavery, as sad as that sounds. The British looked for other forms or ways to produce money. They had to look for more money. They had to look for for income, because they were obviously had all these rich men that had made money out of slavery, and they had to fill their pockets. And so began the scramble for Africa. And they were very fierce about doing it. They wanted to get in there before Germany and France, and we can see that with Cameroon. They were moving in, other European countries were moving in where Britain wanted to take over. Fortunately, it was the World War that drove Germany out of Cameroon at the time. Some of Cameroon and Biafra, that's another talk for another day, but some of Cameroon and Biafra were occupied by Germany at one point. But the British wanted to take over the bulk of Africa, and then Goldie appeared on the scene. He had been a trader of slaves previously, and there were trading companies all along the Bight of Biafra, along the river edges, that had been there. And Goldie sold that company. He had a soldier called Lugard. So yes, Frederick Lugard was one of Goldie's soldiers, and together they signed documents for protection from the British, and then you had an agreement with Britain, and this all was under the United African Company. So they sold those protection agreements to Britain. So they sold what we now know as Nigeria to Britain for £865,000. During this time, Britain removed Biafra from the world maps. Yes, it was Britain. I'm sure that Nnamdi will tell you more about that when he comes back. And it was Lugard who created Boko Haram. I know Dr. Justice just talked about that just a minute ago. He tried to insulate the North from Western education, particularly when they started the media in Lagos. He declared Western education a sin in northern Nigeria, and then, of course, in effect, created Boko Haram. Boko Haram today has killed over 27,000 civilians. It has killed more than ISIS has killed in Iraq and Syria combined. According to the Global Terrorism Index, Nigeria is the world's third most dangerous country. That's after Afghanistan and Iraq. Nigeria has been experiencing a silent slaughter of genocide. The Western world has been turning a blind eye. More Christians have been targeted and slaughtered by extremists in Nigeria than the entire Middle East put together. Last year, the Genocide Watch declared a genocide emergency in Nigeria at extinction level. From 2006 to 2014, more than 11,500 Christians have been killed. More than 1 million have been affected, with many driven from their homes, and 13,000 churches have been destroyed or abandoned. In 2013, in Awka, Anambra, 35 corpses of tortured Biafrans were found in the Izu River. These were Massa boys. They were arrested by the police. You'd think that when somebody was arrested, you would find them in their jail cell, not head face down in the river. But they were Massa boys that were arrested and later found floating in the river, decomposing. Imagine that they thought that they would float out to sea. The bodies had been tortured. Shotguns were used to blow out the kneecaps, shoulders, etc. Electrocution, all this was occurred on the bodies. In August 2015 and in February 2016, Biafrans protested in Abia and Imo State, and more than 80 protesters were killed. The figure of how many were arrested and went missing is unknown and may never be known, but we do know that it was more than 400 people. There is a lot of cases. I know we talked about some, and we can talk about that further. In September 2017, the Kanu Palace in Umuahia was attacked by security forces. There was arrested and the killings and tortures of Biafrans in Abia. Those people walking in the street, they would be arrested if they were a particular age. Even people working in their shops, making shoes, were picked up and arrested. November 2020, WIKE ordered the hunt of IPOB members. 60 Igbo Biafrans were shot and killed, 100 injured. Approximately 3,000 people disappeared from Oyibo. Just over 300 have been bailed so far from jails in the north. What happened was they picking up people and flying them to northern states so that they wouldn't be easily found. And IPOB lawyers have worked diligently to secure the release of many of them. 300 have been released so far, and they are still working on more. Today, at least 15 Igbo youths are killed a day by security forces. The IP media for Biafra media is blocked. The IP addresses, the FG has spent an incredible amount of money to stop broadcasts like this. The IP addresses are blocked, like I said. Websites with the news coming up are blocked now in Nigeria. Buhari banned Twitter in Nigeria. If I go hunting for history, even here in Britain, it disappears. In fact, I had a document in my house, and one day it just wasn't there. Things just disappear. The crimes are covered up. There are people working in every area and they have an enormous amount of money, and they do everything they can to cover up these crimes. Nnamdi Kanu was abducted in Kenya, under the nose of the Kenyan government. We're fighting for his release. So, as we stand now, as Professor Effiong said, knowledge is power, and our knowledge bolsters all the legal cases, because this is the way we're going to still fight them. We are still fighting with legal cases. We have, Nnamdi's case, and there is IPOB members that are being hunted, that are being arrested. We are fighting their cases, and knowledge is what bolsters those cases. It bolsters the cases not only in Nigeria, but in the UK, in Europe, with the UN, wherever we take our legal cases, US, wherever we fight them, we need as much knowledge as possible and much evidence as possible. I know one of the Delhi Open, wasn't it, was talking about having evidence. A lot of evidence is destroyed. I know that mass graves, they destroy the evidence with acid, etc. And people live in fear. It makes it very difficult to carry out legal cases, and this is what we push for. We push for to bring the crimes against humanity into the public space, because the more people worldwide understand what's happening, then we can move with people power. It's the only way forward, because the governments are not listening, so we have to keep pushing, and this is what we do. And our plea, one of the things that came out of the bead exhibition, and it is why we are here tonight, our plea here is for you to record your own experiences. I know there's many of you listening now in Biafra land, particularly veterans that experience in the war, not even the veterans. Today, there's the Igbos that are being attacked, affected in their homes, their experiences, the experience with the DSS. Record your experience. If somebody has a phone, you could do a video on your friend's phone. Record those experiences for the future, because very soon we're looking at knowledge now. We're looking back at what was written 50 years ago at the war time. We need your experiences now. We need those witness statements. We need you to say, this is what happened to me. I remember this. You have people in your village that you can talk to. If you have a mobile phone that can do recording, you could talk to some of your elders and ask them for their experiences. Try and record as much as possible, because this is what is going to go forward, is going to bring, the knowledge is going to bring us the win. And I will leave you with that and pass back to Dr. Justice for the next speaker. Thank you, everyone. Good evening.
Lola Karamande, I'm really grateful for your contribution. I think Prof. Ewa is now with us, but I want him to talk after we've heard from Lola Chinyakano, who will tell us a little bit about the women role. So the women are not exempt from all this goings on. So if Sophia is ready, she can tell us a little bit about women's role. I think Philip Effian mentioned what they call Ahia attack. Ahia attack is when women go behind the enemy line to trade and bring some goods into Biafran territory. Some of them, they don't come back. And those of you who read Chimamanda's book, when one of their, either Lama or one of her sisters went across at the end of the war, we didn't see her again. So that's just an example. I know her book is fiction, but it's based on facts. So women played a vital role during the war, and they've always been there for us. So, Sophia, I'd be grateful if you could talk to us a little bit about the role of women. And then after that, Prof. Ewa, I hope we then address us. Thank you, please. Go ahead, Sophia.
I'm ready, Mazi. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Hello?
Yes,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Because someone called me, Chichi was very naughty to call me now. Never mind. Good evening, Biafrans. Good evening, Mazi Jonathan. And thank you for giving us this opportunity tonight. Good evening, Biafrans all over the world. Good morning and good afternoon from wherever you are, in which area, in which country of the world. My name is Sophia Chinere Kalu, and I hail from Ikederu in Biafra land. And I'm going to talk about, today is the 92nd anniversary of the Aba Woman Riot. So I'm going to talk a little bit of the 1929 Biafran Women's War. I want to ask the Biafrans all over the world, wherever you can hear me, what did you know about the Biafra riot? The 1929 Hebrew Women's War, referred to as Ogu Muwani in Hebrew, or the Upper Women's Riot, by the British colonial authority in Biafra land, was one of the most significant protest movements in the former British Empire. The protest was organized and led by a rural woman, and once the war started, it spread like wildfire in southeastern Nigeria among the Ibu and Ibibio of Owerri and Calabar provinces, covering a total area of over 15,550 square kilometers, about 6,000 square miles, and involving a population of 2 million people. Historical background: by the mid-19th century, formal British policy in what later became Nigeria was designed to protect British interests in the expanding trade activity in the Nigerian hinterland. By 1861, British administration was formally established in the colony of Lagos in the Niger Delta region. Through a series of treaties and military expeditions designed to end internal slavery and facilitate trade in such commodities as palm oil and kernel, palm produce, present-day Nigeria came under effective British control by the beginning of the 20th century. The women's protest arose in the palm oil belt of Biafra land. The Ibu and Ibibio lived largely in many states where men and women exercise varying degrees of political power. Meetings of the village council involved adult males and were held in the common cultural center and the abode of the community's earth goddess. Important laws of the village council were ritualized with the earth goddess and given a sacerdotal sanction. Their violation was seen as an act of sacrilege that needed ritual purification to restore the moral equilibrium of the society and save humans from infertility, famine, and other calamities. Women had their own socio-political organization. They held weekly meetings at the market day of their community and made and enforced laws that were of common interest to them. But British colonialism brought fundamental changes that eliminated women's political roles in pre-colonial Ibu and Ibibio societies. Women, however, saw themselves as the moral guardians and defenders of the taboos of the earth goddess, believing that they naturally embodied its productive forces, the cosmology of the woman, and the moral outrage they express over the intense economic and social changes that occurred during colonialism, are helpful in understanding not only the roots of the Ibu women's war, but the unusual solidarity and friendship the women displayed during the crisis. The initial protest was sparked off in Oloko, in Dende division of Owerri province, where in 1926 the colonial government had counted the number of men without indicating that the figures would be used in taxing them in 1928. Thus, when on November 18, 1929, British appointed Warrant Chief Okugo asked the teacher to count his people in keeping with the directive of the British district officer, women who feared that they would be taxed began to protest against the census. The women dispatched palm fronds to other women in the division, summoning them to Oloko. The meaning of the palm fronds vary according to circumstances, but in this case, palm fronds signified a call to an emergency meeting, and people were forbidden to harm those who bore the fronts. Within a short period, thousands of them had assembled in the compound of Okugo. Sitting on him, Warrant Chief Okugo, a traditional practice involving chanting war songs and dancing around the man, making life miserable for him until the woman's demands were met, and demanding his resignation and imprisonment for allegedly assaulting some of them. Fearing that the situation might get out of hand, especially as the protest spread to Umai, where factories and government offices were located, the British district officer acceded to the woman's demands and jailed Okugo for 2 years. Generally, the protest in Bender Division ended peacefully, and the district officer effectively used leaders of the women to contain the protest. The women's war, however, took on a more violent form in Aba, division of Owerri province. And it was from there that the protest spread to parts of Owerri, Ikot Etene, and Aba divisions. The protest began in Owerrinta after the enumerator, census taker of Warrant Chief Njoku Alaribe knocked down a pregnant woman during a shuffle, leading to the eventual termination of a pregnancy. The news of her assault shocked local women who on December 9, 1929 protested against what they regarded as an act of abomination. The woman massed in Njoko's compound, and during an encounter with armed police, 2 women were killed and many others were wounded. The leader was whisked off to the city of Aba, where she was detained in prison. Our Rinta woman then summoned a general assembly of all Wa women at Eke Apara on December 11, 1929 to recount their sad experiences. This meeting attracted about 10,000 women, including those from neighboring Hibu areas. They resolved to carry their protest to Aba. As the women arrived on Factory Road in Aba, a British medical officer driving the same accidentally injured 2 of the women who eventually died. The other woman, in anger, raided the nearby Barclays Bank and the prison to release their leader. They also destroyed the native court building, European factories, and other establishments. No one knows how many women died in Aba, but according to Obin Karam Echewa, compilation of oral accounts of women participating in the war, about 100 women were killed by soldiers and policemen. The women's war then spread to Ikot, Etene, and Abak divisions in Calabar province, taking a violent and deadly turn at Item Epo, where government buildings were burned on December 14th and a factory was looted, leaving some 18 women dead and 19 wounded. More casualties were reported at Ikot Abasi near Opobo. Opobo, also in Calabar province, where on December 16, 31 women and 1 man were reportedly killed and 31 others wounded. I'm just going to stop here. That was about the Aba riot. That I'm going to talk about IPOB women, and then I will spread further. I'm going to start with IPOB women because I am IPOB, one of the principal officers here in the United Kingdom. So I cannot skip IPOB. So I had to talk about it because it is very, very important, because what we have suffered and what our women suffered until they, I have to talk about it. So I'm going to start. IPOB women is the cornerstone that the foundation of IPOB was laid on. We, the women has come out in mass to support the Biafra movement. We did take the lead when our men needed us to assist financially, emotionally, and physically. During my time in IPOB, there was women that carries the struggle on their head. Some has already died. Some has betrayed our leader and the struggle, and some have made the struggle what it is until present. When our leader, Mazi, our commander-in-chief, and those who has left the restoration started here in the UK, they started with our own Lolo Chidima, Carol Monday, who was standing with our leader and is here until date. I was honored to meet our leader in person in 2014 when he came to broadcast in Manchester. Then I can talk about these three amazing women. I can talk about our Lolo Carol Chidima, our Lady Chinere Ihuba, who plays a vital important role in the struggle. I just want to take off my head to these amazing women. At amongst the three, there is this particular peculiar one who is our own late sister, Waka Waka, Chimobi Okafo. Her role was the most important in the struggle. She has been immensely in every area of her job role. I can tell you about the time when our leader was in incarceration in 2015. How she stood her ground fearlessly. At time without number. She never ever think about herself. She stand up against those that have tried to betray the restoration and make sure that she stand up for the truth and justice and give us an accurate account of all the activities on ground, what is happening in Biafra land. She come on air and blasted everyone and calls a spade a spade. She was the drive behind our successes in Biafra land, and she was incorruptible. No one could bribe her or lies against her. She was one in a million, and we need to give her the honor that she is due. And we, the IPOB women worldwide, will always remember you, Sister Chimobi Waka Waka. We will not forget you. Then we have our comrades, the aware IPOB women, who come out in mass. I think our sisters and some of our speakers have touched on this, who come out, who tore their clothes, who was almost naked because of the abominations that is happening in Biafra land. Our IPOB woman appears in court. When our leader appears in court, they were always there, the IPOB woman back home, to raise awareness, to give their testimonies of what happens to them and how they cannot until present go farming due to the Polarisation into our land, all in the name of Ruga settlement. IPOB woman has been marginalized, brutally raped, murdered, isolated, so that they can be silent or to put fear inside of them. We must also be reminded that IPOB women also in the past attended a conference in Baltimore, in Maryland, in the USA. Nigeria was created in 1914, and Biafra was on the world map since the 1600s, or maybe earlier than that. So who is deceiving who? We, the IPOB women, shall not relent or slumber. We must stand up against the injustices that our mothers face back home in Biafra land. Enough is enough. We must tell our own stories, because if we don't, no one is going to do for us. We must identify the problems that our mothers face back home and come together to see how we can move projects forward. Our mothers can tell us what can move the market back home. such as animal husbandry, like our HOD has said, and we can help to support them as women to do exceedingly and abundantly and to endeavor so that they can start projects that can support those who is without children. We, the IPOB women, must first start in our own homes, and the saying, charity begins at home, to educate our children about our history and about how Nigeria was created as a scam. Nigeria was created, we know, based on lies. So the Royal Niger Company was a mercantile company chartered by the British government in the 19th century. It was formed in 1879 as the United African Company and renamed to National African Company in 1881 and to Royal Niger Company in 1886, all in the name of scam. So Nigeria is a company. Remember that, Biafra. Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is a company. So now I want to thank our leader's wife, which is a very exceptional woman, and I cannot leave her out of tonight's talk. I want to thank our leader's wife, Lolo Uchechi Okukano, who is a very brave woman. Over the past 9 years, I have watched and admire Lolo Kano for the way you have kept the strength to watch your husband and also your best friend been taken twice into captivity by the Fulani terrorist government. I cannot put myself in your shoes because every night when we as IPOB women worldwide goes to bed, you cannot sleep. Maybe you cry yourself. But Lolo, let me assure you that all the pain that you saw today is the tomorrow's restoration of the Biafra's joy that you will. Be one, one, take heart and courage. Chupo Kikabeyama is your strength. We, the IPOB woman worldwide, loves you immensely for all the sacrifices that you made for your people. Yes, I can definitely say after every successful man is a patient, dedicated, successful wife like you, Lolo. And I can also say tonight, our woman back home must take heart. You must not allow the Fulani terrorists to just come and kill you and you just sit back and do nothing. You have to stand up for your rights. Please, woman, don't allow them just to kill you. I want to tell you about the Kurdish woman. The Kurdish woman has formed their own army because jihadists, the secret about the jihadists, they cannot being killed by women. If a woman kills a jihadist, it is haram. It is an abomination for them. It cannot happen. So the IPOB woman back home, get yourself together, please, in the name of Chukwuokike. This nonsense must stop operating. You cannot go to your farm. Why will you just sit at home and wait for the Fulanis to come and kill you or rape you? Enough is enough. Kurdish women has formed their own security outfit. They have come together and they've decided 5,000 girls in Kurdistan was kidnapped. At the age of 9, as young as 9 to 10, they were raped as it just happened in Biafra land. Young girls, small children, that is babies. It is still babies. They were raped. And the Kurdish woman said, some have returned to tell the story. That is how they find out about this small children that was been raped. And some has never come back. And then they decide as women. One woman in Kurdistan, she's 33 years old. She started to assemble all the women in Kurdistan. And they said, now enough is enough. They asked the Kurdish army to train them. And they were trained and they formed their own security outfit and they protect themselves. And the jihadists, the ISIS, could never take over their land. Kurdistan has not been overrun by jihadists or ISIS or whoever they call themselves. So please, my sisters, my mothers, please come together as one and help yourself. Do not allow these jihadists to kill you. I always said, if I face somebody who want to attack me, one of us is going to die, but it is not going to be me. I always said that since I was a young girl. So please, remember in your mind, when you face these people, try to do something. Don't wait there and die just like a fool or like a chicken. We cannot. Have to say enough is enough. We cannot continue with the killings in Biafra land. Our woman has been brutally raped. We have heard testimonies of our women, how they come out and speak up about this raping. Every night they've been raped by a different soldier. What a disgrace for a woman. What a shame. How many of our women have committed suicide because the pain was too much, the shame and the disgrace was too much for them to face. But we as women, we are fearful. Don't fear. And don't die like a chicken. Don't die like a chicken. Fight for your right. Fight for your right. You are a human being and you have a right to live. Believe me, here in the United Kingdom, women have rights. All over the world of Europe, it is women's right. Children have rights. And women and children is very, very important. Our woman has been kidnapped. They have been taken to the north or wherever to be raped. And nobody is doing anything. Everybody is sitting. Why? I'm asking myself, what kind of injustice is this? Why should women be afraid? Why can't the woman stand up like the Abba woman in 1929? They come together, 10,000 of them. They were not afraid. They were not thinking of dying. Stand up for your right. Don't allow this evil terrorists, uncircumcised, wicked Fulani terrorists to come into your land and kill you in your own land. What an abomination. Abomination, I say. Because how can somebody come into my land and come and kill me in my own territory? It is not heard of. I said, Mba, it cannot happen. We must stand up, please, my sisters. Stand up, make a move, and do something. Even if you go to bed, get yourself a tool, protect yourself. Even if you cannot kill all of them, and you have bring one down with you, do it. Because enough is enough. We cannot allow these things to continue in our land. Enough is enough. I will stop here because I become now, I don't want to say emotional, but I will say in my spirit, I cannot put my head around it. How can the people that are so strong, beautiful women, not bring themselves together, come from all over Biafra land, and form your own security outfit and see how you're going to get the Fulanis out of our country, out of our land. Biafra is my religion, and that is where I worship. And I will say, all hail Biafra. Biafra, freedom. All hail Biafra. Biafra is going to help us. And thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. And from my side, I will say, all hail Biafra. Thank you.
All hail Biafra. Well done, Biafra. Thank you. Okay, so all right. So we are now left with two more. We just asked Prof now, Prof Ewa, to come and brief us. Prof is one of the surviving members of the BOF, stands for Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighters. Happened as a child to bump into them during the war when the world was liberated from Nigeria. So, Prof, please talk to your people. Thank you very much. I think you're mute, sir. You're mute. Unmute yourself. Prof, you're mute. Unmute yourself. There's a button somewhere you press where the microphone is, press on that, you mute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Much better, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you can hear me now?
Much better, yes. Go ahead.
Good. Well, my people, I bring you greetings from Kansas in the United States. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this wonderful, wonderful session. People talk of Biafra. But Biafra, to me, I carry, how can I put it? I carry the scars of the wounds we sustained in Biafra. I don't know, I have lived it all, and sometimes it's very confusing how to explain the issue of Biafra. I do not hate Nigeria. I love Nigeria. But I also love Biafra for very obvious reasons. It is not sin for any group of people to seek self-determination. It is in international law. International law approves of it. The United States said for some years after Declaration of Independence in 1776, they were not accepted generally, but they continued to live and operate as an independent nation until in 1778, when some countries recognized them. Turkey the same, Germany the same, France the same thing. So why should Biafra's own be different? Let me just interject quickly that one of the issues I want to clarify today is that when Biafra was defeated in war, but Biafra in international law exists as a nation state. It is just the political will that we need to make it happen. We keep wondering how to explain the events of this world. But those of us who are involved in political theory as a political scientist, I'm beginning to understand how this world works. The world is all about power. How dare you ask for justice? Justice is only for those who have equal power. Then you can talk of justice. If not, the Peloponnesian dictum states that the strong do what they have the power to do, and the weak endures what they have to endure. I'm sorry, it doesn't sound like a good news that we live in a world of dualism, in a world where the strong, whatever the strong does is right. Whatever the weak does is wrong. So, but let me quickly, we've spent so much time here, let me quickly run through my ideas. Number one is that I am both. Our founding father my ideas. Number one is that I am both. Our founding father ideas. Number one is that I am both our founding father my ideas. Number one is that I am both our founding father my ideas. Number one is that I am both our founding father my ideas. Number one is that I am both our founding father arrogant. We give such names as Onwa. That's how corruption begins. Everybody begins to steal, get involved in prebendal politics so that you get a title, Onwa. Onwa Netilora. Are you Onwa Netilora, the moon that shines for all? What have you done? Are you living the Biafran spirit in you? What have you done to show that you are Okemili, Mwakibia, Akajiako, Akunesiobiike? How can wealth makes your heart strong? Is it really what should make you strong? Suppose you substitute that with virtuous lifestyle, fighting for your rights and the right of the subaltern society. Is it? So we have our own problems, which is why the fight for Biafra has taken so long. I am aging and I have so many problems which I may not be able to enumerate here. But I have a dream. My fear is as I'm aging and health is I'm getting weaker. When I go to join the other veterans who had lost their lives, what will I of leadership. He said if he had wanted to prolong this war, he would have used one of the most dangerous weapons Biafra had, which is buff. Remember, we were trained as guerrillas to live in the bush and fight in the bush. It was a very difficult and different way of fighting. So because of what His Excellency said, he said, we obeyed him, the leaders of buff obeyed him, and we surrendered. So that sparks off for me to conclude my speech with what I call the 12 moments. I consider myself, since 2 weeks ago, we've lost 2 buff veterans from Abakaliki in the Ebonyi State. One is still lying there for me to bury him. And so I figured out that since General Effiong made that statement, that if I'm to die today, what are the 12 memories that I would wish to share, or 12 regrets? So I've determined that I called my own 12 moments of the last buff. So if I'm to die today, I'll be remembering the declaration of Biafra's independence on May 30th, 1967. Why? Because I'm involved. Why? Because I'm a witness to freedom. The day before the declaration, we were Nigerians. When the new day arrived and we looked at the rising sun, we had become Biafrans. There's no better feeling like that. For the first time in my life, I was no longer a British protected citizen, which I didn't ask anybody to protect me. I made a choice. But before then, Olude Equino had written the history of Igbo people and the Easterners since for many years past. In fact, his book was instrumental or contributed in the abolition of slavery in United Kingdom. So the declaration of Biafra's independence is one of the greatest moments of my life. The second one is that is the moment. Well, I define my own moments to mean such important period or time that it would be good for the hands of time to stop so that my life will remain like that forever. So my moment, such moment is the declaration of independence of Biafra. Another moment number 2, is obeying the last order of General Philip Effiong, that I stood with my soldiers. They surrounded me, and I had my grenade by my side pocket. And the announcement, we listened to the announcement that we should put down our weapons. It was a moment. I thought of taking my boys to continue with the subterranean guerrilla warfare. But I said the general is a very well and highly respected leader. Since Ojukwu had left, General Philip Effiong calls him, says had fled. So, but that was a moment. The third moment was remembering Bruce Merrock. Bruce, a Jewish American, a white boy, watched as Biafran children were starved to death And Bruce was attending an Ivy League school, Columbia University in New York. Right there near his school stands the headquarters of the United Nations. He could not believe that the United Nations and United States and Britain sat and looked elsewhere as Biafran children were starved for almost 3 years to death. So he simply went and bought a gasoline, wasted it on himself, poured it on himself, and set himself ablaze, and ran into the United Nations headquarters. Security chased him to stop him from killing himself, but that's self-immolation. Bruce, the Ivy League school student, died the next day, and guess what? He died on May 30th, 1969. That's Biafra's Independence Day. When I die, I'll be reporting to my colleagues. I'll remember the song we sang because we were very proud Biafrans. I remember, Asimo jema mi mejema commando, Asimo jema mi mejema commando, Hausa bakba kamasu o jarara sawam. I remember that song. Asimo jema mi mejema commando, Asimo jema mi mejema commando, Hausa bakba kamasu o jarara. Where them no be. I will remember the fifth moment when in my village, Okosha, in Eza, federal military men invaded our village and set over 200 huts, grass huts, on fire. They lined up men and women differently. The men were marched to Okofia forest, where they piled them like mountain of human beings and then shot them. The heap of human bodies was like Mount Everest. The ladies, they selected the ladies and marched them into their open lorries, military lorries, and used those women as what they call comfort women, quote unquote comfort women. So my Azar women, which they took them to Kaduna and into deep northern region. Since 2 years ago, those comfort women, about 3 of them have returned. We never knew they were still alive. The comfort women, as the last presenter was lamenting about women, those comfort women returned completely destroyed. They cannot come out. They are ashamed of what has happened to them. They are old, they are haggard, they are poor, they are wretched. Nobody has the right to violate these women's human rights as they did. It's more painful to, as one of the 10 members that advised the Kansas state government on U.S. Civil Rights Commission. The next on my mind is the Okofia genocide, where, like I mentioned, the grass huts were burnt down. The next on my list of 12 moments is Onwa Mibe. Just as his name depicts, death doesn't know neighborhood, doesn't know friendship. Onwa Mibe was the worst atrocity committed against Ndi Igbo or Ndi Biafra. His head was decapitated. They cut off his head from his body. I don't know what they dumped the body and put his head in the train that was returning to Eastern region to show us. And they said, left a note, to show it to Ojukwu and tell Ojukwu this is how we treat Nyamiri. The site, the newspaper publication of that head, the site alone sent all of us, even children, shivering. It's unforgettable. So as we fight for Biafra, we're fighting for Onwa Mibe. We're fighting for Bruce Mayrock. The next was the ambush they laid at Abomege, which at Amudo, sorry, and our kidnapping. The next is Biafra's self-determination is not achieved. So if I'm dying today, I'll be telling my colleagues, one of my greatest regrets is that during my lifetime, Biafra is still a vanquished state, a captive state to Nigeria. If it is sin to seek freedom or self-determination, the world is having the great United States as the greatest society or community, political community in the world, the richest, the most powerful. If they enjoyed it, France enjoyed it, Germany. Why is Biafra's own different? Why are we not taking our seat at the United Nations? And the next is the lost Biafran children. We lost over 1.5 million Biafran children, which the Red Cross, other humanitarian organizations helped us to evacuate them to Gabon, and from there to London, to other European countries and America. Throughout my 17-year residency in the United States, I have run into one or two of the children of such lost children. So Biafra has lost a generation of powerful kids, over 1-point-something, who have never been able to retrace their homes. Wherever they laid their head was their home. We have not honored them, nor their parents. And finally, is the decolonization of the mind. If I'm dying today to join the patriotic Biafrans who have fought this battle and left it, I don't know why I was spared up till now. But if I'm to face them, I'm afraid of what they will say about me, what they will do with me. But I know that we need to decolonize our minds and Biafra. Having stated my 12 moments, I want to add that or propose a solution. My solution is simply what I said before in London, Auche. When you are dealing with somebody who is more armed than yourself, you're not even armed. You can't win the war of Arebenama. You fight Auche, which I describe as diplomatic soldiering, common sense, new strategic planning, and so on and so forth. I want to thank the organizers of this wonderful meeting or radio talk, and to emphasize that in transitional justice journalism, transitional justice journalism, which I'm working with, is a truth-oriented approach to reporting or making your case. Transitional justice identifies truth-telling. In a conflict society like Biafra, truth-telling, we have to tell ourselves the truth, which is what I've just done. Then the next thing is to seek justice, maybe establish truth commissions and so on. Then the third is to seek reparation. And the final one is to think about the future. So I don't know what theoretical framework we're using. I don't know what approaches we're using, but I sure do know that Auche will warrant that we use new methodologies, new ways of doing things. As IPOB cannot carry the fight alone. BOF is doing its own. Let everybody be up and doing, especially contribution of ideas. We have not, in thinking of the future, and when I die, I'll be saying to my people, to the Biafrans, I'll be reporting back to tell them, we have not been able to declare Ozemena. We've not been able to say never again. We've not been able to say non-camas. Yet, I'll be reporting to them about the job IPOB has done or is doing. I'll be reporting to them the sacrifices, the relay race, the baton we pass on to them. Namdi Kano and IPOB and others who are not in any of these groups are still doing their best. Thank you all.
Dr. Okachi, are you there?
Our honorable veteran, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you
for your enlightenment. I think anyone know if Mazi Val is here? Is Mazi Val with us? We're finishing. Mazi Val, are you here?
Yeah, Mazi Okachi, good evening. Yes, I'm here. Greetings, dear friends. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, Prof. Ewa, thank you very much for your always wonderful encouragement and wonderful information, and also
thank
Prof.
you.
And all the whole guests that have spoken this evening or in this session. I thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, history here, we've seen, I don't think anyone is in doubt if genocide has been committed against Biafrans, unless the person is very biased. Even the Brits, they are not denying it. I was opportune to run into a man here who is one of the people that trains the Nigerian soldiers. His name is Tony Bracknell. And where I was working in a town called Honiton. When he saw my Biafra badge, my suit, he was like looking at me. So I looked at him, his age and everything. I said, well, I don't need to ask you if you know about this, me looking at your age. He said, yes, I do. And then he goes, what's going on? I said, well, he continued the killing, the genocide is still unabated. And then he waved me like to come closer. I came closer to him. He whispered to me, he said, the day Biafra was declared, the flight that were coming from Nigeria to UK here for training, 12 Biafrans in that flight was brought down and shot to death at the tarmac, and the plane still took off to UK. And I don't think anyone have ever heard about this till today. You know? So I said to him, well, that's no surprise to us, given to what Britain stands for, you lots, your generation and all the rest of it. He said, well, it was very bad. That he's still sorry that things like that is still going on. I said, well, what went on that time, probably, you can't compare it to what is going on now, because before we thought media was so biased, but now the level of media blanket that is going on in Biafra land, in terms of stifling what is going on, they are not reporting it. It's amazing. He said he's not surprised. So we left it like that. He said we should continue. Once freedom is in our DNA, don't give hope, don't give up. Eventually you get what you want. But he's sorry for what they did. And then he left with his wife. So all I'm saying to Biafra this night is this. A lot is going on in our land. And the history is there for everyone to, I don't know, delve into, educate yourself if you want, know what you want to know, or turn blind eyes while the killings, unabated killing in Biafra land keep going on. Now they've come lands that they've moved away since they disbanded SARS. And then anti-kidnapping squad took over now to do what SARS people are doing before. They will kidnap late in the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. You know, they don't put them on the list. You go to the whole police station, obviously they will tell you it's not here, why they are torturing them, killing some of them. Right. It continues unabated as I'm talking to you now. Even there's no point of hiding it. We are not scared of anybody. If death comes today, so be it. We are not more stronger or more better than people who have gone. 2 weeks ago, Sunday, my immediate brother was kidnapped by them, you know. Until today, they were claiming that, oh, he's not with them, but we know where he is. They should better release him to us because he didn't do nothing. I never knew on earth when somebody said that I want to be free and that become a crime. You understand? Because that's why here in UK here, they don't win us in argument. They will even rather run away from you completely than to discuss it because they don't have nothing to discuss. It can't be free from here, put law, everybody's abiding by it. And then there you support all these kind of heinous crimes being perpetrated or committed by Nigerian state against Biafrans. And they keep quiet because of what he benefits from them. Okay? So all I'm saying to Biafran is this, listen, we can't afford to go back. Being honest to you now. See, our veteran here have said his own. He's in their own generation, they did their best. You understand? Now, they kidnapped them, like he said, most of Biafran kids were flown out of Biafra land in the name of rescuing them to avoid them being killed by Nigerian evil forces, and most of them now can't come back home. But we are everywhere now. You understand? So let's make use of the advantage we have and forget about this fear of whatever they are trying to put on us. No way. You understand? Even here, I'm being honest to you here. There's no bank here that belongs to UK. They shut all my banks here. I'm not hiding it. This is they are listening to us every time this radio is on. But who give a hoot? They shut it down. I even went to financial ombudsman to debate it. Oh, they come back and said, well, there's nothing we can do. Banks said they have right to deal, trade or deal with whoever they want to, and not to do business with whoever they don't want to. And I was warned, if I ever open any car account belonging to these banks that belongs to UK, that they will not want me to shut it down. And any money that is there, they will not give it back to me. Now, does that deter us? They haven't seen nothing. We are not moving an inch, stopping from what we are doing. Because I disagree if we make law generally and then you decide, okay, apply for these people, and it doesn't apply for these people. I don't agree on that principle. Okay, so we keep moving on. Even if you want us sleeping on the street, we don't give it a toss. Biafra, we are heading to, and we must get our nation Biafra. It's our right. We are not pleading anybody. We are not taking any man's land from them. I don't see reason why I can't go home if I want to go home, for instance. And somebody will be kind of encroaching. Systematically, go and read the Shonga Empire and see how this Fulanis keep on onslaught, you know? So if we keep quiet and being this docile, we are to some extent, it's gonna be problem. So everybody should just simply wake up from their slumber and face this thing once and for all. Okay, I don't see reason why, no matter what now, the days have gone when, let's say, British government will like protecting or hiding everything. There are so many tools around us now to explore and make use of. So everybody should wake up. This they are planning West African, whatever they are fighting around West African countries. Sectioning, naming them, they go to Kenya, then call them whatever, they come to Nigeria, they call them Boko Haram, and then they break it down, then down to ISWAP, and then Fulani Herdsmen. This is like layers, cause trapper. It's well thought out. You understand? Their herdsmen will come with their cow, rape, kill, you know, like hyena. They keep on, you know, pinching and doing whatever. Why the big boys are coming down? They take away the attention, focus it here. Why the big boys are sanitizing the middle, Benue, and all the rest of them marching towards us. Right. Now, my own take is this, that most of our problem from all my analysis is in our hand. We have this problem in our, we are the part of the problem. Biggest part of it is from us. You understand? And Trojan horse, you notice a Trojan and keep being quiet. It's very, very dangerous. So I think it's high time we start, I don't know, doing something proper. Those who understand what I meant will understand what I meant. Because they said in adage or whatever, these rats that are in the house, they are the one killing the rats in the bush. There is a dried fish somewhere in the kitchen. So enough, a word is enough for a wise. Okay? We can't stop this. I'm telling you, if we fail to get Biafra this time around, nobody should even talk about it again in the next, I don't know, 1,000 years. This is the golden opportunity now, and we can never, ever, ever afford to relent, no matter what it takes. Like our leader said, even if it's only one person that left when Biafra comes, let that person leave. But we must go home and live like human beings and take our position in the Legion of Nations League or League of Nations around the world. Contribute and also play our own part in helping mankind positively. Okay, so people should wake up completely and in total. It is high time now. Okay, it's not a crime. Self-determination is not a crime. Yeah, we want to be free. I don't see why that should be a crime. Okay, most of nations here or other countries, they have been mad. We know how Soviet Union dissolved. How many countries come out of it? Okay, so I don't see reason why we should even be panicking about these things. It's just that our political leaders are worse than anything God created. I don't think they are Biafrans, I'm being honest. To some extent, I keep on wondering if they are fathered by all these northerners. Because it baffles me. Okay? So please, everybody, we are not going anywhere. We are not relenting. Biafrans back home, continue what we are doing, you know, being in solidarity. What we are asking for is not a crime, and they know it, but they're trying to use intimidation to scare us or to stifle us, whatever. There's nothing they can do now. They haven't even done in the worse in the past. So I don't see reason why we are even talking about it. It's not in our diary, relenting. So, but that unity, we must unite together and keep moving forward. That's the only way to go about this thing now. We must keep moving forward without relent and without fear of anybody. You understand? Because what are you talking about? Don't they bleed? Don't they bleed? You come to our place, you kill our mother, you kill our sister, you kill our brothers, you abduct them, you shoot them, you dug, what is it called, a ditch. Bury some of them 50, some of them 30 of them. For how long will we keep quiet and this keep on going on? Because if we continue like this, I'm telling you, you will be shocked where it will be like end us, or where the whole thing will take us to. So the best thing for us now is for everyone to wake up now and face this thing now, once and for all, and let us go home and be free. Thank you very much, dear friends. I might be also chipping in later on. Thanks, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mazi Val. I think we can now come back to Mazi Jonathan, and ready to answer some questions and make it more interactive now. So my plea is that when the question is asked, we'll probably nominate somebody to answer it, if it's related to their field, or we answer BS. Don't get carried away like me and talking too long. Just answer it briefly so we can get as many questions in as possible. Mazi Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazi, Okachi, and all of you. Biafrans are listening from all over the world. Before I open the lines, I want to just ask 2 questions. Because what we are hearing is mind-boggling, honestly. The first question is this. You know, we talk about genocide. We had the Armenian genocide that happened during the First World War, far back, 1915 to 1917. During the First World War, it's more than 100 years back. The Armenians, they tried any way without relenting in order to make sure. Time did not wear it out. They made sure they pressurized the world. It doesn't matter the time, to recognize that killings as a genocide by the Ottoman Empire, which is, you know, there was no Ottoman Empire now, but Turkey. You see, that is another thing. Now, and today, the international community has recognized it. That is number one. I'm coming to my question because I'm building up a background. Another genocide we witnessed of recent was a Rwandan genocide. It happened in 1994. And when we look at the cause of that genocide, it was, you know, just 2 ethnicities mostly that are there in Rwanda. I think Tutsi president was killed. The plane was blown out of the air. And he died with other members of the same ethnicity by the opposite ethnicity. Now the genocide happened. They retaliated by killing Many people, up to 1 million or even more, according to records. Now, when you look at that situation and you compare it with the situation in 1966, because that is always the case they are building, the excuses, the Fulani Caliphate has been given. Oh, Iboku, they killed the Sadwana, they killed these are politicians, yes. They shouldn't have killed them. I don't know, that is a problem. But what concerns ordinary citizens? Now, in the case of Rwanda, the world reacted immediately by setting up even the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. And, many people are in jail today because of that. They didn't say, oh, these people killed the president and the others, so they deserve it. Just like the way they have been talking about the Iboki of 1966 and still talking tough today, as if we are not human, we are subhumans in this planet Earth. Only us. And all of us also, our people, can I say that we kind of accepted the situation and kept quiet? Now, what is happening? Why is Biafran genocide swept under the carpet? And since 1970 to today, if not the coming of IPOB, really, I know many things have been, maybe I didn't know I was born after the war. Maybe many things must have been going on behind the scenes by others. I didn't know, but it was not making any headway until IPOB came into the scene. Why did our people simply just forget it? And, no pushing, nothing. We went back and started trading. That is number one question, please. Because I want to ask it so that you people answer same time before opening the lines. The second question is mostly for the veteran. When he was speaking, my heart was bleeding, honestly speaking. And I know that thousands, if not millions of us, the same thing. This war story, when I was even little, my uncle was a captain during the war. He used to gather us and tell us this story. Tell us stories that time that makes us cry. Now, but my question there right away, because he said they were commando, both. Yes. And all of a sudden, 1970, everybody surrender and go. No continuation of anything. But somebody like him or any other person didn't even try to organize, even if it doesn't matter, 20 boys enter into the bush. This question is always in the lips of this generation. Many people, I'm telling you, everybody, this statement, like what our last president, General Effiong, he said he could have continued the fight or prolonged the fight if he wants. Now, that question, I have had this in one time from our hero, the Hannibal, that is a Colonel, actually, late Colonel Achuse, may his soul rest in peace. That they would have, one time I had this statement and I was mad. Personally, I was mad. Had it been we had the capacity of committing atrocities, entering into the bush and attacking Nigeria every corner. But then, why didn't you do it? Are we fighting a war of maybe half-hearted war? One of our mind is in Biafra. Another one, let's do quick, just go back to Nigeria. That is the question in the lips of many people, not only me. Why didn't they continue the war? After all, Biafra is the first country, the first nation, I think, to invoke the rights of the indigenous people to self-determination. After it was, I think, 1972, Bangladesh took over and they got their independence. And here we are still doing the same thing. And, the veterans, they will say we had the capacity to do this. Why didn't you do? Why just surrender and forget about our ideology? verbatim, and everybody go and start looking. Guys, if I think about this, I become emotional, honestly. So these are the questions, the two questions, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe it's when you were asking this question, a few thoughts came to me, and I'm going to let other people answer as well. Number one, Biafrans fought not to lose the war. You have to understand the background. I was a child then, and we used to say Biafra win war. I think the veteran backed me up. Biafra, when you say Biafra win, answer to follow that is war. There's nobody who fought in Biafra thought at any stage we're going to lose the war. And we used to say, there's no way those people who fought during the Biafra thought that we're going to lose the war. That's number one. Number two, there was this speed of the rapidity with which Biafra lost that war is something we as human beings, if you like, Biafrans themselves have not investigated. If you work out how it is, the war was lost. You liberated the Owerri. You're heading to Port Harcourt. Yeah? You now got your Air Force giving Nigerians a hard time. Then suddenly, there's a reversal. They entered the Owerri again. So someone needs to tell us what exactly happened, because it was the speed of that, recapture of Owerri that took the wind out of those who fought. But a lot of people died because they were cut off. When they came through a bad area and then dissected through to Owerri on their way to Yamal. Okay, so those are the thoughts. Exactly why you lost the war, because that took the wind. The English will say take the wind out of the gun. It's like there's no more strength left after having suffered for nearly over 2.5 years. So that is the second point to remember, the speed at which we lost the war. The second thing, the next thing to say that the actual conflict, if we have to understand when the war, but when the war ended, the speed at which it ended, we were told that Nigeria was never mission, it was Biafra. Yeah? The word from that was Nigeria, Biafra, that's it. So Biafra was even whispering it, you have to get to whisper Biafra. And the fight of Biafra, the professor told, but took it out of the back of Biafra. The word Biafra. So, and the three parts issue with rehabilitation and what is that one? Rehab, reconciliation, and reconstruction. All those were anything that gave a screen to cover both parts in the case of the place. When it's not important, ignore everything else, ignore
Dr. Okachi, please, can I crave your indulgence? Dr. Okachi, can I crave your indulgence? Please, people should stop calling to disturb their Kelechi, stop calling this line, please. You disrupted everything. Dr. Okachi, can I crave your indulgence? Are you hearing me, Dr. Okachi? Please, just one, give me some seconds. Because people called and disrupted the whole thing. Please, let me just go out and come in. Just 1 second. Please, please. Because people need to hear this. I beg Biafrans, please, today, do not call me on Signal. Please. Do not call me on Signal. The calling on somebody called and, disturbed the whole system right now. I don't know why some of our people are indisciplined. I never opened the line and people are listening. We just want to call. Disrupt the whole thing. Please don't call. Today we are not going to use Signal because I'm using the phone specially for this. We use WhatsApp and direct line. Please, I beg you. Once you call, you will not be hearing nothing again. We need to be hearing this. This is a history that is hidden. We need to hear this. Dr. Okachi, can you hear me now? Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, you're okay. Please, go on. Because people need to hear this. Go on, what you're explaining.
The final point to make is that when Ojukwu left, he was interviewed, I think, around September 1970. And as a child, I happened to see that very interview on the telly. And he told us that the ball is now in the Nigerians' court. You have to pay attention to what this means. He said the ball, like a tennis, is now in Nigerians' court. It depends on how they play it back. If they play back softly and kind, fine, there'll be no need. But if they play back viciously, then the Biafrans have to reconsider whether to fight again. So everybody remember the phrase, the ball is in their court. Okay? So what then happened? You guys said, why didn't they go out and start fighting again? They could have, but the issue was, how are they going to get a supply of weapons? Okay? And Nigeria being so vicious, if they attack a convoy, for example, they can wipe out a whole village. And the world will not do anything about it. We have learned that lesson. So the Igbos or the Biafrans who survived the war have to absorb so much pain. The pain of, one, you can't talk about what you've been through. The pain about, you can't talk about going to your work because they won't give you your job back. The pain of starting from scratch. You say trader. Everybody became to learn to trade as they were surviving. They had to survive at an individual level. What IPOB now need to do, what Nnamdi Kanu has admirably done, is to become courageous. Yeah, that courage is now infectious and it has spread. And through that courage, it is now piecing back the unity we had before the war started, because they have not treated us fairly. The war that we fought was to survive, and the factors that led to the war is still there. So that is why what Nnamdi has done, the phenomenon that Nnamdi Kanu is the unifying factor to rally around everybody. I don't know if I've helped to explain what your questions are, but I rest there because other people obviously need to talk as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If any other person wants to speak, the floor is open also. I don't know.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, the whole world is here.
Last the veteran.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. I want you to put mouth in this issue, honestly.
Yeah, I know you directed the question really to me. Dr. Okachi has really given you a wonderful response, but here is what happened to us. Remember, we fought when they took over Abakaliki, Afikpo, Abreba, Hafia, and all that. We fought behind enemy territory. So we were living with the enemies. So when we were not strong enough because we had to use strategies for them not to know that any village is harboring us and all that. So By the time we heard the announcement, number one, it was too sudden. None of us had that on our minds. And so by the time it happened, our morale collapsed. That's a spirit to the core. What held us together, things fell apart just by that announcement, because we had to respect the head of state, and Ojukwu was no more there. So Ojukwu's departure was a sign that things were not going the way we wanted it. And then remember that Onitsha sector, Ogoja sector, Enugu sector, Nsukka sector, Onitsha sector, Port Harcourt sector, they had reduced Biafra to just about 1/20th of its size and population. So we all watched it as, even though we were gallant soldiers, but we were fighting with our hands. Our songs, Biafran songs, changed. We started singing Nna m mụrụ m, nne m mụrụ m, kpọọ m soja bi n'ime ọhịa. Agụ agụgbuo naanị soja, iwo iwo. So we were lacking so many things then. So the announcement was a form of relief for us. And let me also tell you that we feared people like Achuzie. People talk of Achuzie. He was a great warrior. He was feared, very much feared, more than any other Biafran soldier, because they said those under his command, if you are going to the war front and Achuzie is behind, you cannot come back for any reason whatsoever, because Achuzie himself will kill you, will shoot you, that you're a coward. So he did such wonderful, brave things, but also people were victims to his type of command. So with that such discipline and the fierce nature of the commands around us, we had no choice. We didn't have the resources, we didn't have the money, we didn't have anything to continue the fight. We would have mobilized. We go into bed. Our leader had said we wouldn't continue. So we lost the hunger, and our political will collapsed. And we respected Biafran leadership. And we respected the idea that they said, Gowon says, no victor, no vanquished. We took it all to be true. But I will end up by saying that for who we are, we were not reasoning the way you're reasoning now. We were just little young teenagers. So if it is now, maybe it will be different. But for then, we were still naive in our own way. And of course, it was not practicable for us to do that. But the only thing is, the world should recognize that we played our own part, and then we've passed on the baton. We're not perfect, just like any other organization, but at least we served our motherland, our fatherland, and that aspect should not be forgotten. And people lost their lives. And there's a contract between the dead and the living Biafrans. They said, if I lose my life, Biafrans, take my bullets when I die. Oh, Biafrans, take my bullets when I die. Hallelujah. If I happen to surrender, Biafran, take my bullets when I die. So that's the baton race. The bullet is continuity. And so there's no military engagement like this that doesn't have the good side and the bad side. Yes, we accept that we were not perfect, but we were genuine. We made mistakes, and we are prepared. That is why we are still interested in seeing that. And that is why we encourage and we thank all of you for keeping the Biafran freedom alive.
Thank you, veteran. Could I make this contribution from a historical perspective? I think it's important that the new generation of Biafrans salutes the courage and the effort of your generation. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding amongst the young ones. So let me try and help with some historical perspective. Because Jonathan's question, it was comparing the Biafran genocide and the failure of recognition with the Armenian one, the Jewish one, and the Rwanda one. Let me explain why those ones were recognized and the Biafran one has not been recognized. It is only when there's a great power on your side that these things are recognized. If the great power is against you, it's going to be a hell of a struggle to get it recognized. In the case of the Armenians, it was the Ottomans, the Turks. The Ottoman Empire was being dismantled by the European powers, so they will recognize the genocide. Similarly, in relation to the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust, history, as they always say, is written by the victors. And the Germans, it was easy to recognize that as a Holocaust. Even if you move to the case of the more recent case of Rwanda, bear in mind that Rwanda originally was a Belgian colony. The Belgians had been pushed out. It was now up for grabs. It's like a ball in the air, available to be grabbed. So there's a room for a great power to now recognize what happened and to recognize it as a genocide. But in the case of the Biafrans and Biafra, when you consider who the Biafrans were really fighting, as I explained in my earlier narrative, and I talked about the role of Harold Smith, the Harold Smith government, it is a mistake to think that you were simply fighting the North. You weren't. You were fighting a colonial power by proxy. They were supplying the weapons. They were supplying the guns, the bullets. Russia, that might have been, you might have thought might be on the other side of the divide and be on your side, had been compromised because they were brought in to supply the aircraft. So the one voice that you might have looked to had also been silenced effectively by involvement and complicity. France was in an ambiguous position. Although at a stage in the war, the French provided some support, the de Gaulle government, they withheld full recognition. But there's an obvious historical explanation for that. It goes back to the Berlin Conference. It goes back to the Organization of African Unity, whose job is to preserve the boundaries as they were drawn up in Berlin. France knew that if it provided support to the extent of Biafran success, what would that mean for its own colonial territories and secessionist movements in those territories? So the reality was this, that you had no support. You were fighting by yourselves, and you were fighting a war that you could not win. You were not going to be allowed to win. Why? Because it will set a precedent for the whole of Africa. The first one to break out, that becomes leads to the domino effect. So when you think about it, the fights, especially when you recognize also that this was not a war that the Biafrans looked for. This was a defensive and a reactive war, reacting to those pogroms, reacting to the federal side reneging on the Abuja Accord. withdrawn, the Igbos had withdrawn, or the Biafrans had withdrawn into the east, their enclave. And the war now came. So the new generation must be very careful to avoid this narrative that why did you stop fighting? This was not Vietnam. The Vietnamese had the support of the Chinese, a great power behind them. The young generation must understand that this was a lone fight by the Biafrans, by the veterans, and they fought beyond human expectation. They fought like those who fought for liberation during the era of slavery, with no weapons, no external support. History tells us that very few revolutions succeed without external help. Even the Americans who broke away from British Empire, 1776, and the war ended 1783, they were successful because they had help from the French. You check the whole of history, you will struggle to find any breakaway that has succeeded all by itself. So the new generation really must understand context and avoid the narrative that somehow their fathers did not fight properly. They fought bravely with the weaponry that they had available. When you consider the weaponry that was being provided to the federal side, the mercenaries that were involved, they are really to be saluted. So I just wanted to bring that context to it.
Please, before you go, there's something I want to also put there so that you clarify all, because we see wars, or we hear about wars all over the world, as you say. There must be external help. We saw the Second World War. Why Stalin, Joseph Stalin, that is the Soviet Union, fought alongside the Allied forces, was because Hitler made a strategic mistake by attacking the Soviet Union. Otherwise, I think they had agreement, him and Stalin, MOU, sorry, Memorandum of Understanding. So, but he betrayed it. That is why, what made them to join together, the Allied forces with the Soviet Union to defeat Hitler, the Nazi. Okay. Now, in the case of Biafra, okay, let me cite an example also of South Sudan, that got their independence of recent. They fought 2 wars from 1955 down to 1972. After an interval of peace, they took up arms again from 1983 to 2005, making it 39 good years of war, and today they are free. Why is it that we didn't have no external support? Is it a diplomatic weakness or error from Biafra? Or, we need to understand all this, please. If we need explanations on all this, is it a weakness from our diplomatic front? Because we know that war goes on many fronts, both diplomatic fronts. So, what could we say? Is it a weakness from this diplomatic front, our diplomacy? Or just because even other wars, you must see, an external help, staunch one. If, for example, the West is this side, the East must be the other side. If this side, the other one will be this side helping. So what happened in the case of Biafra? What is the reason why? At the heat of the Cold War, 2 international foes, the West and the East, they have to compromise in order to fight Biafra. Why? What do we say there, please? Thank you.
Okay, let me come in a bit. I know other people haven't spoken. The East-West Cold War, it just happened that in the Biafran scenario, as you quite rightly pointed out, they call it, the Juku call it unholy alliance, meaning the West and the East joined together to try and squash Biafra. What played out, though, in my understanding of it, was Britain was certainly against us, and with that comes the Americans. American had to be neutral because Britain was, if you like, the area of sphere of influence. Nigeria was under the British control, so American could not interfere. So, of the P5, the five permanent members of the UN or superpowers, Britain and US already on one camp. France, as Deli pointed out, played neutral at one point. They recognized Biafra self-determination, but they really didn't want to go all out to attack Britain by supplying us all the thing we needed. So it was neither here nor there. China was just emerging. China didn't want to take any part. So we're left with Britain and Russia fighting against us. But remember, diplomatically, if you mention how well did they do, even the people who are supporting Biafra, Biafrans, did extremely well in securing diplomatic help from other countries like Tanzania, Gabon, Ivory Coast, and I think Zambia, and then Haiti. All these people recognize Biafra, which, according to Prof. Ewa, the fact that you have been recognized, that has not been withdrawn. So you're still a sovereign state. The fact that Germany, for example, lost the war in Second World War doesn't mean Germany, although defeated, is no longer a country. So Biafrans did strategically well in pulling out from Nigeria and declaring themselves a country. So that declaration means they have a sovereign state, and Nigeria attacked a sovereign state. The Biafra will always insist on that. Now the AU, which is the OAU, the Organization of African Unity, messed up big time because the United Nations was leaving it to them to take lead on what they should be doing in the case of Biafran struggling. So the AU took the role, as Deli pointed out, to maintain the territorial integrity which the Berlin Conference generated, which was artificial boundaries of all the states. So AU didn't want to budge. Organization of African Unity didn't want to budge. That's what Juku called them Organization of Arab Unity. They did not help Biafra at all. But Tanzania said he has to take the beating or take a step back in the fact that the unity of Africa is taking a one step back by recognizing Biafra, because you think the only way government exists is for the welfare of the people they're governing. Nigeria didn't care. So in summary of what you're asking, diplomatically, Biafrans did extremely well. You get all those countries to recognize them. Ghana at one point was going to recognize Biafra just before the war ended, January 1970. Ghana was lining up to recognize. Countries lined up to recognize. The Vatican helped. Canada was on the verge, and so on. So they have done well diplomatically. What they needed is the superpowers who were entrenched. And finally, regarding Russia were coerced into believing that Biafra was behaving like the Congo. The Congo story was that there's a group of foreigners who went to get the mines and onto it at all costs. I think we've forgotten the name of the Sombi. Sombi was the one who's leading the Congo rebels. The Russians were sold the bun into thinking that Ojukwu was behaving as the head of the Congo rebel, and therefore he needed to be reigning his is supporting imperialist, because they thought the Biafran oil was going to be kidnapped by other states, and therefore Russia decided they would not allow Biafra to exist. So they have their own reason for fighting against Biafra, and made worse by the fact that Arik, what's his name? Ariko, who's from either Calabar, so went to Russia. Okoy. He went to Russia and convinced them, because he trained there, that he wants to keep Nigeria one. So he was one, not the House of Fulani. He was one of us who went there and convinced them to supply weapons to Nigeria. So we have all sorts of that which occurred. So I just want to share all that with you. So diplomatically, the boys and girls, they did extremely well, okay, convincing the world about the need for Biafra to survive. But what happened was the higher politics about the superior powers, the P5 especially, the permanent five in the UN, that scuppered any chance of Biafra being mentioned in the United Nations. That's it, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know.
All right, to chip in a little bit more to Mazi Jonathan, because you made mention on one of your questions why Biafran genocide is being kind of swept under the carpet. I think that one is clear to you now. I believe you know that question, but you just want to throw it out there for Biafrans to understand. And also, I'm not sure if you are aware that when they are trying to lure Ojukwu to come out of Biafra land, they set up meeting in Dodan Barak. He refused to come there. British government set up a meeting again in a warship in the Republic. Ojukwu declined that he's not going to go there before Aburi. I don't think most of people know that. So Britain have been at the hem of, all this treachery, deceit, lie low, leaking Russia's ass in order to, because they knew if Russia come there, that's the game is up. That's it for them. So they just have to forget about the Cold War and just go there and say, okay, you do this and you do that. So Britain have been our problem till tomorrow. Okay, so you don't expect them to bring it to the limelight or to the world to discuss about the Biafran genocide. They will do everything to stifle it so that it doesn't see the light of the day. That's what I want to chip in there regarding why nobody is talking about it in other hands, coupled with one of our in-law from Odua Republic said. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know whether any person has anything because I want to open the lines. Do I? But before that, we have to go to a few minutes break so that people can sip water.
Mazi Jonathan, Britain, because also the other thing to mention is that genocide has no statute of limitation. There's no limit to when, as you mentioned, Armenia will be recognized. If there's no statute of limitation, it means if you colluded or joined hand in committing genocide, you of course be held responsible. So Britain is not going to put its neck in the news and say yes, it's genocide. You're going to do everything to deny because Harold Wilson was a court called Herod Wilson because killer of babies are known to Biafran. So they're not going to volunteer to say Biafran genocide is genocide because if they recognize it, then Britain will be held accountable for it. That might be a major reason why Britons are supporting that idea. In fact, they went such a long way. They lined up people to go and investigate Biafra, what they call the Genocide Commission. They gathered some group of people to go and say there was no genocide that occurred. Was an independent organized genocide committee found there is indeed primary evidence for genocide. So that's how the extreme. And finally, when the war ended, Britain sealed off, Nigeria sealed off the whole of Biafra land for a whole 2 weeks. No journalist was allowed to visit the Biafra land for a whole 2 weeks. What they were doing, cleaning up. So make sure when the journalists then started going around, there'd be no evidence of genocide, airbrush the territory after the war. So you have to know all these tricks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kachi. Although when we come back, even during the question, I will like somebody to talk about, because we never really talked about the role of Nnamdi Azikiwe during the war. Some, we have other people, but the most prominent ones we can know easily. Like you mentioned, one that went to negotiate for arms against his own people. Somebody like Okpa Biaseka also, their roles are highly, highly dangerous. They played a very big role in our demise, in our defeat. So I hope that when we come back, somebody might also talk about it. But we are going to go into just few minutes break before we come back and open the lines. Don't go away.
We fight together, together. The more we fight together, and stronger we shall be. The more we fight together, together, together. The more we fight together, and stronger we shall be. Rising sun, rising sun. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Believe it, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. We've been crying, the world claim not to hear. And we've been lamenting, the world claim not to hear. Our tears flow, the world claim not to see. And our blood flow, the world claim not to see. This is a crime, oh no, against humanity. Oh no, yeah, this is a crime. Eritrea spoke up, they were given independence. South Sudan spoke, they were given independence. Namibia spoke up, they were given independence. Give me the reason my people got to be neglected. Give me the reason my people got to be rejected. Give me the reason our freedom got to be a crime. Give me the reason our own freedom got to be denied. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. I tell you what, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Believe it, believe it. Oh no. Oh.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. We are here live today, being the 18th day of November in the year of our Lord 2021. We are here with the Biafra Education Awareness Dissemination 2021, hosting Professor Philip F. Young. I think he has spoken, yes. Professor Owa Onoke, Dele Ogun, Dr. Uche Anyanwago, Lolo Karel Monde, Lolo Sophia Chinyere, Carlo Mazi Valentine, Ebuzoeme, Wada Chinyere Uhuba, Dr. Justice Okache Lois. We are here telling our own stories. Therefore, our lines are now open. Today, please do not call the signal line. I beg you, I crave your indulgence. If you call the signal line, it will disrupt what we are doing because of the system I'm using. Please, we only use the direct line, which is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. And WhatsApp, only WhatsApp, +61 405 142 547. You call and you have maximum 3 minutes to ask your question or make your contribution. 3 minutes maximum. Therefore, we must continue.
South Sudan's poor, they were given independence. Namibia's poor, they were given independence.
I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. You are the first caller. Please, you have 3 minutes maximum. Go on, please.
Mr. Zata, may God bless you and all our Biafran brethren that are with you today. My question is very simple. This so-called Biafran elders, Ohanese, and the traditional rulers and the Igwes, after the war, this year our brother mentioned that over 1,500 children had been taken away by Red Cross.
Is it 1,500 or 1.5 million? I don't know. Is it?
Sorry, 1.5 million Biafran children was taken away by Red Cross to US and UK. Then after the war, this called Ohanese that is demanding respect from us. What have they done? Why not them ask of these children? Why not them write to Red Cross and tell them to return those children back? Now they are demanding respect. They say we are not giving the respect as elder. What have they done as an elder that they are asking for respect from us? Those children, those are here that plane also take them to Congo. They are now in Congo. They grow there in Congo. Congo is not far from Biafra. Congo is Africa here. Why not this so-called Ohanese and the elders? This one that is wearing long red cap, going to Abuja to beg, to pick crumbs. Why did they not ask for Red Cross to bring those children back? This is my question.
Thank
and why did they keep them? They have done nothing since after the war till now, until we begin to make research, to begin to ask for our history from foreigners, instead of them claiming to be elders to give us the history. They hide it, and they are claiming to be our elders for we to be respecting them. Why are they like that? This is my question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mazi. I remain blessed, Mazi. Thank you. Dr. Okachi, do you people answer, or I pick another call? Maybe 2233, I don't know. How do you want it? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me chip in. Doc, hold on. Let me chip in regarding the evacuation of our children. It's just an experience before, Doc. I won't take long. I went to work in Croydon, and I came in. Obviously, as a pharmacist, if I don't come, they won't open. So they were waiting for me. There was kind of a little bit a delay, so I came in about 5 minutes late. And then obviously we opened up, an Ivorian lady there saw my Biafra face cap, and she started speaking their language of French or whatever. And I was like, sorry, I don't understand. And then she goes in English, are you not? I said no. He said, why? What is Biafra? Why am I wearing it? That is a place. Am I not from so and so place in Africa? Seriously, I had a good speaker. I said to her, no. The reason why that place is named, then I explained about this evacuation of our children. And I can tell you, I didn't know, this is about maybe 3 years ago. I never knew there's a place, like a city or a section of Ivory Coast called Biafra, that area. So the lady was completely shocked. Then she went back for that evening, because I was there for like 10 days. She went back, and the next day she came back after she did her research. She's almost in tears. Then I said to her, we still have to come and thank you guys a lot. That is because of us. It's because of me. You've seen a Biafran now, the real Biafran. You're looking at me now. But we owe you guys a lot for at least accepting our children during that bloody genocidal war against Biafra. So she was almost in tears. All right, so Doc, I hand over to you to elaborate more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's Ivory Coast. I was quite amazed. He came in and landed at the airport with bags of relief, like stockfish, powdered milk, and whatever they're bringing in for the children to eat. The plane is going out empty. So they decided to pick the children, some of them within a week. If they don't get any food, they will die. So they packed the plane going back out with children who are show I'll try and show it to people. In fact, what I'm hoping to do next year is a quarter of the survival plane. Now, most of you have been in the plane. There was no seat belts. You're just lying on the floor, and the plane takes off, and we're being shot at, and they manage to link into a place like Gabon and so on. When it gets there, there's an elaborate arrangement to welcome these children back into community where they look after them, feed them. I happen to be in one of my patients walked in. I asked the patient because they answered an Igbo name, so I was able to find out that they're Igbo, and they told me their own story during the war. During the war, one of these got to making sure they ate the right food and so on and so forth. So this is real, and the reason why they moved them out, they had they're all called. You don't really know their names. Some of them are orphans when they fly them out, so they don't have names. Know whether they're going to come back or not. So now, finally, immediately after the war, there was a move to bring some of them back. But everybody knows that they're right parents, and some of them didn't come back to their right family.
Somebody's this.
And a majority of them stay behind the Ivory Coast. Some flew out to Britain because they were adopted by British people. And I know, again, another patient that is himself adopted 2 Biafran babies from Bristol. So there's another story to tell. But I don't want to go into too much depth. But there were issues they're orphans. So they are then shipped out to a different country where they recovered. Some of them, of course, made it, as they always do, and became successful in life. So that's another story. Thank you.
The question also, part of the question is, why didn't the elders?
Jonathan,
yes, why didn't the elders?
Don't address the elders and the Ohanese and all the rest of that. That's the question from Mazi Jonathan. Yes.
To be honest, I don't see what they. Well, I'm not defending them. They could have come together. Remember what I said? Immediately after the war, it was everyone to themselves. Yeah, the unity we had was dismembered. This if that dismantled, the unity, the after the war. So after the war, so there's a lot of, if it wasn't for self-help they had during the war, after the war, more people have starved. Okay, so for them to be altruistic and start asking for their children to come back, it would have been an incredible thing to do, because those didn't know whether their children were alive or not alive. It's a very difficult scenario. We can now look back in retrospect and say, why can't we ask for our children to come back? When they come back, which village do they go to? Which country? Who are their parents? So it's not an easy thing to do. I'm not defending Ohaneze or anybody of elders by any means, but it's a very, very difficult situation. We have to look at the context, how the children got there in the first place, when they got there, and they're being fed, they've forgotten where they're from. They can't point out who is their parents and so on and so forth. Is there proper documentation which village they returned to? Then we might be able to return them back. And also, some of the children were kidnapped by the Nigerian soldiers and taken away to the north, never came back. If they came back, they didn't know which village they belonged to. So there's a lot of missing children, as you do in any war. But ours was quite special. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know. Let me take another caller. Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on. Can you hear me? Please go straight to your question. No preambles. Go on, please.
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan and everyone on the studio. My question is, since my prof say that that the fight we are fighting is diplomatic fight, so I want more explanation to that, because our leaders say that Fulani they know they hear diplomat, they know they hear abeg. Are you getting me? So is there any another way based on that? This are we going to? This is my own personal suggestion. If there is another the way if it's not the way I understand it, then I can be put through. All this sabo in our land, like Meketa now, many people are supporting the governor. We are seeing them doing all these impunities. Is it the Awuche to introduce a guerrilla war, to be pinning them down? Is it the Awuche? What do we mean by this Awuche? Because I don't know if we are going to be begging them or do use another means, which I don't know.
Okay.
Because the only thing I see now that they are pushing us
we have
to
understood
war.
Your question.
Yes. And please again, I want to use this medium to warn everybody to hold on to our DOS. They are doing a good work. No, this time we unite our front. Nothing more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Kachi, you have the question?
Okay.
Or even our veteran, anybody can pick the question. I don't know.
Well, Awuche is my theory.
Prof will help us out with that one, yes. Prof, yes.
Awuche should be understood from this context. Or can I continue with Aga Ebenama? Kowo Ogana Ogejo for. And we can develop many strategic. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So Awuchebu, I'm trying not to sound arrogant, but Awuchebu, can you give example? The African Americans nearby. O.C. Davis, one of their freedom fighters, Sefa. Black people not at Congress, U.S. Congress, not at Cho. They should establish an agenda so that Ndina Church, Onyeka Chicha, or no one Nebuli and Aga, I see the agenda. The Kweba Akosimbo Namde, the Kwebe Ewunoke Kosi, the Kwebo Juku Kosi, can continue. So I would say we should begin with a highly rated intellectually approved agenda. So the second one, W.E.B. Du Bois say he needed just a talented tenth. What he means by the theory of talented tenth, Madi, the talented, is I think he's trying to avoid this. Very highly intelligent which on the radio. So I would to re-examine our lives when the Agaropota can plan strategy. Overall area game apply here. I see here opposite and you may apply. Over another area you may apply. No, EJ diplomatic sojourning with the United Nations or world leaders. So EG so many developing so many methodologies, so many fronts for the war, not just ECFB or IPOB only. So that I'm gonna attack us in the war until we see. Mandi youth, Mandi Kenya, Mandi school, Mandi. So that's what it entails. The intelligentsia, the Biafran intelligentsia.
Okay. More questions, please.
Okay.
Yeah, can I? Okay. Okay. So very quickly, Igbos, we have this concept now, Eke Ronro Eke, and we are all diverse people with different talents. We all have our different interests. We also have our different riches as humans. I think Aguche Prof. Ukurukuya is important. We need to fight on all fronts. Onyobula, the farmer, the Okada man, the professor, the doctor, the intelligentsia, Onyobula, we have to fight on all fronts. At
That's
home,
right.
at the international community, at the diplomatic level, at the politics level, at the guerrilla warfare level, at every sphere. Let us mount pressure. And we shouldn't just see only one way as the way of doing this. We shouldn't just see only one way as the best way of doing this. Ndị ụmụ ahịa anyị si na ọtụtụ ụzọ do eji aga arụ, mana ọdụbụzi eji aga arụ dị mfe. There are so many roads that lead to Aro, but there is no easy road to Aro. So let us all take all the possible routes to this Aro. That's the Biafra of our dreams. But let us also know that there is no single route that is easy. But at the end of the day, if we fight on all fronts, the man A will get it from north, man B will get it from south, and man C will get it from east, man D will get it from west. At the end of the day, four of us, will definitely arrive at Aro.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a caller on WhatsApp. Please welcome to the program. Your name, where you're calling from, and go straight to the question, please.
Okay. My name is Osita Wezoke. I'm calling from Vancouver, Canada. Mr. Chinedu, good afternoon from here, and good afternoon to everyone in participating in this program. I have two things to say here. One is to encourage us. Two is just suggestion. Number one is if I thank the man. Sorry, I don't know the names, but the man, the elder who spoke about his opinion about Biafra. That got me into tears. And the other one who spoke that we cannot go back. Yes, that I agree with him. We cannot go back at this point. We must fight on. We must survive. We cannot go back to Nigeria that is killing our own people. So what else I want to say here is I believe I'm a member of IPOB here in Vancouver, Canada. I believe as the Igbo people, we are carved into other states that are not Igbo. I believe other states in Biafra, other communities in Biafra, we are carved into other states also. I encourage our people to set up committees that will find out or recognize all these people that we are carved out from the original indigenous land into other states. I think that will help us in this. And again, after Biafra has been restored, all this genocide will be recognized. All this genocide we're talking about will be recognized. But at this point, Biafra will be a nation standing, and we will recognize it or push it for recognition. Another thing is about the 2 million march. I know you give us 3 minutes, so I'm rushing to end this thing within 3 minutes. About the 2 million march, Nnamdi Kanu proposed before the COVID. If, please, this can also be reorganized. Chine, do you know what I'm saying? Please, to have this done with.
Yes.
With 2 million march. And nothing is suing Britain all over for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, to sue Britain everywhere. We have people, Igbo, Biafra entirely have people to sue these people everywhere. We are scattered all over in Britain to start in every community of suing them until they do the needful. The last thing here, please, is
please, you are exceeding your time. Please, just rush it, please.
10 seconds. Yeah. To educate us, both the people from southeast, even though we don't believe in that, to educate us of the need for Biafra and to assure us of the fact that the need why we should be in Biafra. All these things that people are accusing Nnamdi Kanu of not asking for other people, sorting for other people's opinion, so that we have our people, organizations, you always say we are in different fronts, please.
Thank you.
For us to have this done. Thank
you. He's part of Aruche. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I have a caller on WhatsApp also. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Your name, where you calling from? If you may, go straight to the point, to the question. Thank you.
Good evening to you, Mazi Jonathan.
Yeah, well.
My name is Onyedi Kachi, and I am calling you currently from France. Mazi, I want to greet you, my elders. You people, you guys fought well to defend us, to keep our race going. Without you guys, would have been wiped away. So I greet you. I think the Chukwu Kabra bless all of you veterans that fought for Biafra during the Biafra War. So my question right now goes like this. These Nigerians, this zoo, they don't know what diplomat. We've tried all we can. We have protest. We have done every look at our leader was kidnapped and rendition. And since then they keep on postponing the court. And where they are postponing the court, they are torturing our leader. Maltreating him. So as well as their military and their police raping our mothers and our terrorizing us. My question is now, what are we going to do next? Are we still going to keep on, watching them this way as we? Because we've suffered enough. I mean, but I left my home when I was.
Mazi, I don't know. You are using earpiece, I think, and it's interrupting. That's why your voice used to cease. If you call, remove earpiece and speak directly to the phone. You'll be very clear. So that's the problem.
No,
so
I'm sorry. I hope you got my question. Thank you.
Yeah. We've gotten your question. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Okachi. Do you want to say something?
Not on this occasion. Let's carry on.
Okay. Let me pick a caller also. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Please go straight to your question, please.
I hope my voice.
It is. Go on, please. Your voice is coming out clear. Go on.
I agree with our background. God bless them. They are still fighting. What I want to ask is, they said 3 hours. That was the agreement for our last president of Biafra give the to Obasanjo. Until today, not even one. Last time I traveled, I saw some of our veterans in Ujiri. Some are still moving with clutches. Some are moving with clutches. Some don't even have hands. Some don't have leg. And they're there. Where they kept them, there is no toilet, there is no water. When any of us go there, the person will wipe tears. And those men are there suffering. Some of them has died, and some of them cannot even hear. Surely, some cannot even do anything tangible. Some lives have been shattered and useless. Till today, the government has never done even one. What our politicians are, what are they doing? And what these organizations do, and what are they doing? If some of our veterans can come today to lecture us and talk to us like this, why organizations are still keeping silent till today? Do we have any obligation to respect those people, both our politicians? Because they are sitting in the affair of us. They are eating from us, and they are not doing what we ask them to do. It is not time for us to walk all of them out from there and do what we want to do. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Over to you, the panel. Dr. Okachi, do you hear?
What comes to mind is that Ohaneze was not formed by Igbos, it's formed by the Hausa Fulani. And therefore, they're not going to do anything that will help us. But you raised a very important question. How are we respecting our veterans? If it's not for IPOB, even 30th of May is not recognized. Now that we started 30th of May anniversary celebration, I'll call it celebration because people think on that day we should cry we can cry as much as we want. But at the same time, we also recognize the triumph of people like veterans, what they actually did for us in keeping us all alive. So 30th of May is a very, very important start, recognizing what has happened. And then from there should be a committee to look after the remaining veterans. There should be a day set aside, just like they have in UK, Poppy Day. And every money they raise from the Poppy will go to look after their veterans, isn't it? Isn't that what they do? So we should have a system which will recognize we could do something to raise funds universally for the veterans. So places like where they are sitting on the River, so close there, we go there and rehabilitate them as a source of pride because they fought. They gave everything they have for us. But you mentioned artillery. Some of them cannot hear any longer. And some have died by now. But there are still some who are alive. We should be able to recognize them, at least get their names, write their names down, get the story of what they did, video them, so with posterity, something there's nothing greater than an individual person, a soldier's contribution to your survival. So they take their veterans seriously outside. So we should also do the same. So it's a very important, valid thing you mentioned. We can also mine from them important information on how they survived. It would be for our own posterity. So the points you mentioned are very, very important. So we should bear that in mind and do something to enshrine recognition. So on the 30th of May for the Veteran Day, yeah? And from there, we may generate some funds which will help to rehabilitate some of them who are still alive. That's my take on it. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Dr. Okachi. I think I have another caller on WhatsApp. Please, your name and where you're calling from, and straight to the question, please.
Thank you, sir. Mazi Jonathan. Thank you. Good evening.
Welcome to the program.
I greet you all, the SARS in the diaspora. I thank you for what you are doing this evening and what you have done. My name is Mark Olisechukuma. Mark Olisechukuma is a native of Yamal-402 North Province, located in Abia State, Biafra land. But I'm calling from my location. I thank God for this day, for Biafra Education Day. I thank God for what's been going on. I've been seeing the explanation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So, Daddy, my daddy is in Biafra. I want to put this up to Biafrans now, because I've seen histories, people that witness it, and they've been saying all of things, and I shed tears now when I heard Prof speaking. There's a song Prof speak, and there's a song that's Prof sing now. That song touched my heart, and I was crying. I was weeping. I have not cried since I'm an adult, but I cried this evening. So that waking my spirit more. And remember me, my dad, that is a member of Nigerian soldier before the war, and he's a witness of the first genocide that happened between the army training depot Zaria. My dad was among those that escaped in that, the first genocide. And the Nigerian soldiers committed it in the north, in army training depot Zaria. And my dad, his name is Silas Chukuma Ocholo, a native of Ngwa, Yamal-402 North Province in Sulu, precisely. So he's still alive now, and he told me everything about the war. And he's a hero, he's my hero. So Prof speaking about that, it touches my heart, because my dad escaped from that horrible killing. That fateful night, I cannot remember the date anymore unless I get to him. So he has everything in his mind. He escaped and he jumped over the army training depot fence through a mango tree, a hand of a mango tree. And when they committed the genocide, the big row was sounding. Let me tell you, these people are trickish. They sound the big row. They call all the end, and the big group, people that is in soldier know what the big group is all about. They say anywhere you are inside I mean training about Zaria, you will hear it, and everybody will run back to the hall, to the field. And when everybody run, and my daddy was looking at the sky, and the sky changed, and it's like it want to rain. As a true Biafran blood and a true Biafran DNA, he knows that something is about to happen, and they match them all the Eastern soldiers that is in training. That is, my father just passed out. That is about 6 months in training. They're about to pass out, and they've not pushed them, so they're still in the camp. So they march them all to the hall, thinking that they have something to tell them. Then what they notice that the Hausas, the Funanis, the Nigerian soldiers, they start killing them inside the hall. That is in their dormitory, in their hostel where they sleep in the double bed. They start macheting them, and my daddy have opportunity to escape through the door. And I don't know how he managed to say it, but he escaped, and he went through a mango tree, big mango tree. You know how that training depot fence is. He threw himself, and this was in the midnight, and he escaped. He was among the soldiers that entered train from Kano to Kaduna, then disguising himself to number 1 train depot for 1 Enugu. My dad was among them. And when that train that was carrying the head of that man that Prof called, my dad witnessed everything. And you know the worst, and how these people hunting us and how that wicked are. Even inside the train, They are inside the train hunting for Biafran soldiers that is escaping, that disguise themselves. They want to look into their eyes and still kill them. So what I want to tell is, I just want to cut my story short. If Biafrans need more story, my father is still alive. I can get my contact, I can get through, and they will see my father to hear more of this. And you fight alongside Obelafo, Oga Ikemi Suzo. My father fought from Nigerian army to join Biafran army, and he fought and he's still alive now. And he was the one that mounted MG1 the day the Southeast, the Biafrans, let me say the Biafrans, both Philip Effion and Ojukwu, the day they gathered in Owerri to declare Biafra, the meeting they had, my daddy was the one mounting MG1. He's a military, I don't know, those in military know what is MG1, up there waiting for security with that machine gun. My daddy is still alive today. And when I remember, I listened every day. And when I heard it and I heard about Biafra, it touches my mind. But what I want to offer now is not, I just want to say to you all, what is the next way forward? Is that not a need now? That's my question now. Is there a need now for protests or a massive?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kacha.
Yes, thank you very much. God bless you. People like your dad, heroes, always will be. Some of them didn't return. Some of the stories are such that because they didn't return at the expected time, some they have graves dug for them with nobody to bury, so that the family can forget about them. In fact, it was the commander of the Biafran army, I think, Madebo. The day he walked into his village, they were doing memorial service for him because they think he's died in the north. It was a high-ranking Biafran. He managed to escape, so they actually did a burial service for him, and then he turned up. He was alive. So there are stories we don't even know about. So what I advise you, my brother, is to get a tape recorder or a tape of phone or whatever, record everything your dad tells you, yeah? Because that story in itself is unique. Just record it, how he escaped, how he got away, because indeed, in the battle, for example, in the depot, they call a bugler, there's a parade, everybody lines up, and then all the people of Eastern origin were, bayoneted or killed. And that's how they got rid of over nearly 300 Biafran officers. Yes? Imagine you kill all the high-ranking officers in an army. So you literally depopulate the army of the Biafran origin and they're of Easterners before the war starts. They don't have any trained soldiers to fight for you. So that's how bad things were. So these are officers. They were killed. So it's important, my brother, you write down or record everything your dad tells you. The good news about it, he may not remember everything, but by recording it, somebody else will have a similar story. Imagine if we have 20 of these types, then you begin to have a pattern of what has happened. Okay, so don't ask us to say, come and record him. You are in a better position to get as much detail as possible, get it all down. Because once it's written, it's difficult to then lose it. Yeah? So that's your task. As for what are we going to do now? Well, the knowledge you're getting from your dad will inform you of why you need to fight on to prevent a future equivalent from happening. So if you're an IPOB member, and I know it's difficult because it's prescribed back where you are, you do your best to equip yourself mentally with Biafran struggle. So there will be one day when the prescription is lifted, then people like you will have a better position to actually do a lot more for Biafra. But where you are now, knowledge is the power we're seeking. The outreaching, as Prof told us, he had to start thinking, what can I do? Doesn't that become can do everything himself? He sacrificed his family, he sacrificed his parents, he sacrificed his house. He's been in prison, I think, 3 times now. This is the 3rd time, by the way. So, and so you ask yourself, what are you doing to help Biafra to come? Because when Biafra comes, it's not everyone who's going to enjoy it. So you must find something you can do to contribute to Biafra restoration. So that's where I want to leave it. Everybody else, please feel free to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody?
Yeah, thank you very much, Doc, for chipping in for the young man who told us a story about his dad. I mean, few Biafrans were that lucky, which our prof here, Effiong, dad happened to be one of the lucky one that escaped that pogrom in the north. Can imagine from the Biafran extracts. You can imagine that the chances of them escaping, how slim it is. So it's very rare that they escape. Those few, a handful that manage to escape. Right. I don't want to waste much of our time again. Let me re-emphasize again while we are continuing with this program that I keep on saying this. We must move ahead, relentless and no going back. On Biafra, we stand, no going back. That is the only solution I see in this. Only outcome is for us to keep moving forward. Eventually, Biafra will be here. Biafra, we will be in our land, we will be in our home and dry, as people usually say. Please do not even have anything fear. Don't even put it in your mind. Regardless of whatever they do, we have to continue until Biafra is restored. That's the only hope that we should be able, or we can live as a human being. Thank you very much, Jonathan. While we take further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mazi.
Can I say something?
Okay, go on.
Jonathan, can I say, I like to draw inference for what our brother has said about what Dr. Justice has advised for him to record his father's story. When Professor Ewa was speaking, I was taking notes of the 12 things he has said and what message he would send. These are important things we have to get from our veterans. And I think Dr. Oche told us during bid lecture the last time, of how himself and his brother have decided to do some things about getting these stories and keeping them, if he can throw more light on it. Because we have these veterans with us now, the ones that are still there. It's important for us to get all their stories at hand now when we can still have it. And those stories will help us to know better and have more bits of knowledge to add to our pearls of wisdom. Thank you. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I add something to what Chichi said?
Go on.
Okay, so what we are planning to do, my brother and I, we are working on it, is just to develop a very simple form. Even if we don't get to interview everybody, but we just want to, first of all, recognize and name and give faces to those that have died. We have a very short time, sadly, because most of the people that were involved in this war, they are quite old. Many have died because this war ended 51 years ago. So none of them today is less than 50 or to start with. Many of them that actually witnessed the war, that could tell stories about the war, will be in their mid-60s now and going upwards. So let us not lose this valuable information. Develop any form, name, age, whatever, and we can use this to get information. If we can record, that would be the best. But even while you record, to try to get information about the names of those, maybe that died, those that didn't return, how old were they when they left? And are they male or female? Is there any photo at all, anything to just use to remember them? The family might have. And finally, how did the person die, or what was the last thing you heard about? And the person can tell you, oh, we were in the market and they were bombing everywhere and everybody scattered and we never saw him again. That has given you at least a little summary. By the time we do this, because almost every family in Igbo land lost somebody to the war. By the time we've done this in our little hamlet, in our little village, you see that you're already feeling almost an 80 leaves size book. So we can start small. And it's for us to document this. If we wait for the government or anybody, nobody's going to do it. But let us do it so that we can give a name to these people. So that tomorrow, if we're able to build memorials, as we have here in the UK, it was Remembrance Sunday last Sunday. And even in my local church here, they are the names of all the parishioners who died in either First World War, Second World War, any of the wars fought by Britain elsewhere. The names are all there in the register. People made plaques for them and pasted on parts of the walls of the church. You can know this parishioner died, he was aged this, he died in India. This parishioner died, he was aged this, he died in Germany, and blah, blah, blah. So we really need to document, because these are not fables. We have to tell our children and children's children all these stories, but they need to see the name and know that, oh, this my grand-uncle actually died during the Biafran War. He was 15 years old. So let us just try the little we can to document this now that we have the principal actors in the war with us. Thank you.
Well done. And with those information, you can then turn around and say genocide didn't occur. We haven't documented it. So they can see, if you document it, then you can have a bundle. The lawyer tell us you can then approach and call your bundle and say this happened in village church. So this village like after the war, everybody was wiped out. Okay, and this is the evidence, and it's corroborated. So it's very, very vital documentation. So thank you for that. Carry on, please. Next one.
Thank you very much. Caller on WhatsApp, please go straight to your question, your name, where you're calling from, if you may, and straight to the questions, please. Let's stop this preamble of thanking and please, straight to the question, because many people are calling. Go on, please. Caller on
Good
WhatsApp.
evening. Yeah, good evening. Yeah, my name is Paul, calling from Gabon, Mazi.
Go on.
Yeah, my question goes like this. My question is that I'm happy for the question people throw away. My question is that, I have one footage I used to watch here in Gabon when they fought the war, when Gabon helped Biafrans to recover their nation. And in that footage, one white man, when the man is speaking, the man said that they are fighting for so that they can achieve something. That show you that time some people who are fighting us because Nigeria promised them something to gain. So this time around, we are looking for Biafra because our brother said that he's always good. I'm sure that the leadership of this time are making it possible, because they say that we must do everything to make sure that Biafra comes. And I know that
can you go straight to the question if you have question, please? Straight to the question.
Yes, the question I have is that now, the question is, are they making in lobby to make sure that what God give us in our land, they will use those things to get us to Biafra? Because it's not only making protests around the world, taking what God planted in our land to get Biafra for us. I'm sure they are making use of it to get us to Biafra.
Something like, can you give an example?
Mineral resources in our land.
Okay, natural resources.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
And the second one, my second question goes like this. And I'm sure that all Biafrans are listening. All those nations help us to fight to get our land. Everybody must reject that name for Nigeria. I'm sure everybody are doing it, because all those countries we are living in, when you say your name is Nigeria, they will be angry with you immediately. So, Mazi, that my question goes.
Let's take your question. Dr. Okache, please, can you say something about it? He said, how do we use what we have in order to get what we want?
Yes, we got oil. We give you X percentage of it when Biafra comes. It's an easy thing to say, but you may not be able to fulfill that. So I don't think it's difficult for you to promise heaven and earth. It's actually fulfilling it that is where the crunch is. Remember the oil in Biafra land, and let's just unpack it a bit. Before, I think 1966, around May or April, the actual oil dug from Aba area was more compared to they got from the rivers then. The trick was that the British had more oil in Biafra land than they declared, the BP. So you have a lot of oil in virtually every state in Biafra land. So it's not just in the riverine area. That's the impression they're trying to give. So are we going to say, when Biafra comes, we'll give you X number of oil wells? I don't know how that is going to work out. But if we're going to go into a negotiation of any power, it will be to consider them favorably in the development of Biafra. That would be enough to give them the clue. But our enemy, those who are fighting us, are getting so much loan that they are relying on taking the oil if they default on the oil, if they default on the loan. So that is biggest fear. So I can't think we were in a better position to make a diplomatic agreement at this stage. What I would recommend, however, is to go back to all those people who recognized Biafra during the war, okay, and reaffirm their recognition. Because once you recognize somebody, you can't take away the recognition. You still recognize them. So we should build up a diplomatic, bridge for all the people who recognized Biafra before the war, like Gabon, Ivory Coast, Zambia, and Haiti, and what's the other one? Tanzania. So all those people who recognize Biafra, we should be having, dedication to remind them that you recognized us. We're so grateful. In fact, ordinary Biafrans should, I think somebody mentioned in this meeting, we should go out of our way to say, I think it was Val who mentioned we should, like Ivory Coast, just actually go there and say, thank you guys, you helped us during the war. Yeah, we haven't done that because we know what we say at home. If someone kills a chicken for you, the next time he might give you a goat. You never know. So we need to have that principle up our sleeves. So, my brother, you're saying, what should we give in exchange for our freedom? Freedom is not cheap. We know that. But let's recognize those who have helped us to begin with, and then we build a diplomatic channel from there, and then to hopefully create more diplomatic recognition when Biafra comes, and then we'll be favorable to them. I think that's the way around it. You can't promise something now if you haven't actually got access to them yet. Biafra has a lot of resources, especially human resources, not just the minerals we can offer the world. But I think if we built a very powerful diaspora population that can move diplomatically, they could help. What I'm saying, supposing you assemble all your doctors outside the UK, outside Biafra land, and you go to an African country that recognizes you and go and assist them, that would be a very powerful thing to do. You assemble all your lawyers, all your accountants, and so on. So there's a lot Biafrans can offer the world. So I don't think you can put a figure to it yet. But the idea you suggest is very good. Build a system whereby you use it to trade and bargain for your freedom, because Biafra will have to come, come high waters, because the killing can't go like this. Anyway, that's my views. I don't know what anyone else wants to say.
Anybody else want to say something? Or should I go on?
I just want to make a correction, if you don't mind.
Go on,
please. I don't think many callers understand my name. I don't think they know how to pronounce my name.
Please do correct it, please.
The name is Catholic name is Ewa. The first name is Ewa. The last name is Unoke. It's Ewa. You can call me Dr. Ewa Unoke, or just Ewa Unoke, or Professor Ewa Unoke.
Thank you very much for that correction, because even I used to make mistake of the pronunciation. Ewa Onoke. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Caller on WhatsApp, please. Your name, where you calling from, and go straight to your question, please.
Yeah, Mazi, I'm calling from the zoo. My name is Kelechi. Sorry, Mazi, for calling the signal before.
Okay.
Let me start from
I
that.
saw
I'm sorry.
Kelechi there, so I didn't know. You know, Signal used to bring out the names. Unlike
Exactly.
WhatsApp.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. All right. I love what our elders or our daddies has been saying, especially this our brother, the veteran, the professor. I was moved when he was talking. But let me just go straight to my question. Mazi, I love this diplomatic talk that took over the air this night. But my problem is this. The zoo, the Fulani people does not understand what is diplomacy. And that is why they kill us every day. They don't care what anybody do or any international body talk. And in the other hand, they have managed to use our own brothers that are working for them to go diplomatically, and we're able to convince US to abandon their own constitution that say that they will not sell their nation to any country that are using it for human rights abuse. And the US abandoned that law and give 12 Tucano jets to the zoo to kill us. And they also use this our brothers that are working for them, lobbying in for them, to go to China and bought armored car to kill us. My question now is, Mazo, why is it that it's difficult for our own diplomatic move? Even in ordinary India, I mean China, let them, or India, let them be able to convince them to give us even ordinary bullet for us to defend ourselves back. Or even go to North Korea and let us convince, even if now one country, because we cannot be talking about diplomatic. I remember how much our leader told us we are spending millions to this for a law firm in America. Till now, we have not heard that one person in the zoo have been brought to book. We only hear that International Criminal Court have accepted our case, this and every day, the same story, and we die every day. Mazi, what can we do to get out of this mess? This story is too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, the panel, over to you, please. You know the thing here, people express their emotions. It's really sad, honestly, when we see what is going on every day, and we are just like helpless orphans. So when you hear how our people express their emotions, we should not be, we should not feel another thing. That is how it is, honestly. Go on the panel, please.
Okay, it's important that they realize that not everything that we're going to do or can do will be aired, not on the radio. That's the most important. So the second thing is we can't give away every single plan we have. Well, come on air. But diplomatically, remember what I said, if someone kills a chicken for you and you thank them, they might come back and kill a goat for you next occasion. We have to develop gratefulness to those who helped us during the war. The Irish people, for example, we have to have a strong tie with them. We have to have a strong tie with Gabon, Tanzania. They may not appear great now, but we can assist them, promising them that when we come, we will be able to assist them in their development. Okay, there are so many things we can do. And as I said, if we go to North Korea, we're not going to tell the whole planet, are we? That we're getting getting some assistance from them. Then you got to be careful diplomatically what it is you do. But at the long run, we need to have strong lobbying to the United Nations and re-strategize where we are now, which is very, very important to. But I don't want to, again, talk too much on it because we are on air. We can't tell the UN what we're coming to do or the African Union, what we're going to do, the European Union, what we're going to do, until we actually have a team going out there and explaining to them the Biafran story. So documentation is key. Let me come back to what can we do. Diplomatically, the people you're going to ask to help, you need to know why you want them to help you. Number one request is to stop the innocent bloodshed we're experiencing. So if there's any way of documenting those as well, that'd be a very big step. They need you to take pictures, date where it happened, just like Lekki. As now, I think it was today, they were talking about Lekki as being a massacre, right? I don't know what they call Bo. If Lekki is a massacre, the killing at him, I don't know what you call that one.
Even in Obi.
I'm coming. So I'm going back to Mo, where you can see anyway. The picture will tell you what happened. The massacre is like a genocide was going on. Then Obi was quite rightly pointed out the Ngwa High School. So all these things need to be thoroughly documented, and then presented to some people and say, look, this is what's been happening to us. And up to date, Olo has been, and so on. So these are the things we shouldn't give up, because we haven't got anybody out there fighting for us. We should keep assembling the facts. One day, somebody will be held responsible, just like Lekki officers. Those who are involved in Lekki has been recommended that they answer for it. And as I say, genocide doesn't have a statute of limitation. One day, all these killings, somebody will be pulled up to account for them. So do not give up. Thank you.
Please, before I pick another column, why not just talk about what I raised before? When we talk about this diplomatic outing, like during the Biafran War of Genocide, you see that Okpa Biaseka was also going to counter the... Okpa Biaseka is an Igbo man, but because of his position as the governor, is the Governor General of East Central State in Lagos, he's countering everything, every diplomatic move that was being done that time. So what was the role of Okpa Biaseka that time and Azikiwe? Because we talk about others, what about these ones that are our own people negotiating against us?
Yeah, let's take it one at a time. Asika was the one who became the governor, or is it the governor of the East Central State? That was the
you call him sole administrator.
Yeah, he became the administrator of East Central State after the war, because Biafra was carved into East Central State, Cross River, and River as states, a part of Nigeria. And I think the surrender document said any further development would need to be carried along or be involved. But now they carved you up in so many. Anyway, that's another story. Asika trained at, I think, Harvard. He was an economist. When Gowon divided the eastern region into 3 regions, he nominated Asika to govern East Central State. Ojukwu was swept away. So Asika was supposed to be East Central State. I've forgotten who's doing Cross River. And I think he might have been, what's his name? The guy that they killed at the end, who was ruling the River State. So basically, you have 3 people administering the Eastern region. And nobody gave them the authority in the Eastern region. It's Gowon appointed administrator. Okay, so he didn't come into show until after the war ended. So let's just stop there. So during the war, he was not involved in the East, but what he was doing is talking against his people in diplomatic circles. Yeah, so I understand that. Couple that with Zik, Nanda Ziki, where he was involved in composing the Biafra national anthem. It was right there at the beginning, because we used to sing Zik is behind us, we shall not be moved. Ojukwu is behind us, shall not be moved. We used to sing a song and so on. So Zik played an important role diplomatically, because Julius Nyerere, Tanzania was his friend, so was Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, and all these people, they are his friends. So he was able to convince them to recognize Biafra. That is number one step. So I think Zik played an important role in recognizing Biafra. The second thing he did was to try to explain to the world why Biafra must be allowed to make a decision, Biafrans, whether they want to stay in Nigeria or remain, become Biafrans. I think it was in February 1969 when he came to Rhodes House in Oxford and put an important case that Biafran situation, we want a cessation of hostilities, that the United Nations should intervene, stop all the shooting, all the killing, okay, have a buffer zone, have a military to demilitarize the whole area, then allow people to come and vote. This, we're asking for referendum. Zeke mentioned plebiscite. So we have a peacekeeping force in Biafra land. Therefore, will create an environment where Biafrans will choose whether they want to be Biafrans or want to be in Nigeria. So he offered all that as an important diplomatic move to sort out the Biafra-Nigeria quagmire. For, in the days of East-West, how should we say it, the Cold War goings on, that was quite an advanced thing to do. If it wasn't for the fact that they had a Cold War, he may have got away with it. But unfortunately, after February, that's the last diplomatic move Zeke made. He did have an argument with the Juku when they went to Addis Ababa. The Juku was insisting that Biafra cannot relinquish his sovereignty. And Zeke said, unfortunately, he thinks it was negotiable until Port Harcourt fell. Once Port Harcourt fell, Zeke thought we've lost everything. There's no point negotiating. We're no longer negotiating from a point of strength. But Ojukwu and Zeke therefore decided drifting apart. So that was the issue with Ojukwu and Zeke.
But he later called. He was calling Ojukwu a rebel.
So they cut a long story short. After February 1969, when Zeke tried to get the United Nations involved, and they ignored him, or the British that hated Zeke made sure that didn't work. So Zeke then insisted that he wanted to save his people. From his point of view, all the killings had to stop by all means. They managed to talk him into convincing him that they will guarantee the Igbo people safety if they stop the war. So he defected. And as a child, I remember hearing that Zeke has gone to the Nigerian side. That took the wind after every single Biafra. When they had a Zeke has defected, we didn't know where to put our face and so on. And this is during the war. That was part of the demoralization that set in. That Zeke has gone to the other side. So Zeke then went and spoke to Gowan and said they're going to try and end he started talking, disparaging Ojukwu. And that is part of a major problem. Up until now, there are people who are one Nigerianist, come what may, and those who thought we should remain separate. So your question is very, very important in the Igbo psyche, because Zeke, as you know, was a one Nigerianist. Although when the war came, he was the one who gave this massacre, this name we call pogrom. He says the killing of Biafrans or the Easterners in the north is a pogrom. He's the one who invented the word, or who told us about it. So he was with us at the beginning. And then when the going really, really got very, very tough, he somehow changed course and went to the other side. That had a psychological blow on Biafrans. So I will stop there, and then maybe invite other people.
Can I contribute some context as far as Ezekwe was concerned, because it was something that I looked at very closely in the course of my research. I don't know how many have actually read Zeke's autobiography, My Odyssey.
I have.
Yes. You see, what comes across is a very complicated character who he had become exposed, vulnerable. He had, this is his own narrative. Bear in mind, it's an autobiography. He told the story in his own words of how he attempted suicide in America.
Yeah.
When he was struggling to find work. So he was a dynamic young man, very competitive, athletic, good in everything he turns his hands to. And then he ran into a brick wall, the colonial brick wall, at the end of his studies, when he was now applying for work back home. But as he said, the scar of 1776 was on his forehead. And what he meant by that was, of course, America was the first rebel colony from the British Empire. And the subject that he studied was political science. He studied political science, a rebel topic in the first rebel territory. And he was now applying for work in colonial Nigeria. They blocked every single application that he made, drove him to the point of suicide where he was lying on the railway line. And the train was approaching and he was rescued at the last minute. From then on, he had been compromised. And so you find that when you follow his story, it is very ambivalent. It is mixed. And so sometimes he's on the side of he's the Igbo nationalist. The next time he has switched to the one Nigerianist. Now, you just said, Justice, that he was the one who originally first used the word pogroms. Now, here's a passage from my book, which is describing the closing stages of the conflict. The Biafrans fought on bravely against impossible odds until such will to fight as they still had was finally destroyed by a propaganda coup that was handed to the federal side when Nnamdi Azikiwe, who since the outbreak of the war had been holed up in London writing his autobiography, landed in Lagos on 17th August 1969 to be received by Gowon. Zeke had become a prize catch for the federal government, and General Gowon immediately saw in his return to the fold, if nothing else, the propaganda value which he exploited to good advantage. With one stone, therefore, General Gowon was able to kill the proverbial two birds. By taking Zeke along with him to the OAU summit at Addis Ababa in September 1969, he was able to finish Biafra off diplomatically, once and for all. And secondly, the grand reception and the courtesies accorded on his return to Nigeria helped in no small way in destroying the myth of Biafra by removing the morbid fear that had gripped all Biafrans concerning the alleged intentions of the Nigerians to annihilate all Biafran males of 10 years and above, which was no doubt the mainstay of Biafran resistance. And then I went back to my commentary. Just as he had abandoned the radical Zeke movement, who had drawn their inspiration from his speeches when the group was outlawed in April 1950, so again Azikiwe, who had been responsible for igniting Igbo nationalism, abandoned those whom he had inspired in their hour of need. On 28th of August, he made the following pronouncements. And this was Zeke's words. Knowing that the accusation of genocide is palpably false, but bearing in mind the widespread killing of 1966, which must always haunt our memories, why should some people continue to fool our people to believe that they are slated for slaughter, when we know that they suffer mental anguish and physical agony as a result of their being homeless and their places of abode having been desolated by war and their lives rendered helpless? And this is the final bit I'll read. Ironically, just 3 months before, on 30th of May 1969, the second anniversary of the Declaration of Biafra, Bruce Mayrock, a 20-year-old American of Jewish descent, who was a medical student at Columbia University in New York, burnt himself to death in front of the United Nations building in protest over the genocide of Biafra. So my point is that Zeke was compromised. He was, since that suicide attempt in America, before he returned, he had become fallen into the grip of the intelligence services. This is what the evidence suggests, and platforms were then created for him. But whenever he tried to do the right thing, which was his instinct as a nationalist, they will simply put the squeeze on him to pull him back once more. So in the end, the Zeke story is very, very complicated, and I recommend more people get hold of his autobiography and get a better understanding of the man and the complexity.
Well, can I just interject?
Yes, thank you for that. Go ahead, Prof.
Yeah. Amja Zikiwe attended Wandito College in Virginia, and then he attended my alma mater. Actually, I followed in his footsteps because he attended Howard University and he stayed in the political science department where I graduated, where I got my PhD from. And but he couldn't for one, I think he couldn't pay the fees. So he went to Lincoln University. Later on, after my graduation, I would lecture as an adjunct faculty of Lincoln University, only to discover that Lincoln, Nnamdi Azikiwe went to Lincoln, Nnamdi Azikiwe brought Kwame Nkrumah to Lincoln, to United States and to Lincoln. Bono Chike, Aforizo, and so on and so forth. I went to the library to research him. I have come to certain conclusions. Number one, I'm following the last speaker's interrogation. Which Nnamdi Azikiwe do you know? Do you know Nnamdi Azikiwe, the charismatic Zik? Or do you know the Zik, the emancipator, who attended black college, historically black school, Lincoln and Howard, and from there laid the foundation with which he used as an instrument to liberate his country? I find him to be, if I thought we were to use the word founding father, which is a misnomer, you can't found a place that is existing, but let me loosely use it to say, Zik is the founding father of Nigeria. That is why while Awolowo and the rest from the north were talking of gradualism was independence, he moved higher to say it's self-determination now. All the conferences they had and all that. So, which Zik do you know? How come, which Zik do you know? Do you know Zik, the Pan-Africanist? Why is he not featured prominently? Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, whom he brought into that group. How come that the Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanist Conference of 1945 at Manchester, which was decisive, was the liberation of Africa? How come that Awolowo attended that meeting? Nkrumah attended among others. With other, he's very weak when calling me Pan-Africanist. So I've come to the conclusion that he was affected by his experience he had in the United States, where he went to play with his team. His college went to play, his university, and they refused him playing because he's black. And so he got angry and dropped his Benjamin name and said Nnamdi Azikiwe. You can't continue to answer a name which is foreign, while the people reject it. Like most of us will follow in his footprints to reject any such names. So Sikh is an enigma. It's like Abraham Lincoln, which we say, each of the Lincolns, do you know? Lincoln of the Lincoln Memorial, or Lincoln of the Gettysburg Address, or Lincoln of the Second Inaugural. Which one do you know? So the enigmas, but we should not let that. I think the mistake we make is that we appreciate and accept Western epistemology and theories and ideologies, but we don't build our own. George Washington owned slaves with his wife, but that did not stop America praising him as a great hero. So Nnamdi Azikiwe, I think, for those of us who believe in the law of karma, he came here in this world to play a significant role to emancipate the so-called Nigerian people. He's done that. He was not perfect. I still respect him, statesman, even when he flipped. Dr. Okachi is 100% right. One of the things that killed our morale was when Nnamdi Azikiwe declared that he had switched. He was now preaching one Nigeria, where we're still saying on Aburi we stand, on Biafra we stand. So, but that did not make any difference. We still honor him and respect him. He made mistakes. When a journalist asked him immediately after independence and they got independence, the journalist asked him, now, Nnamdi Azikiwe, what next? So he said, well, now all I do is to enjoy my life, relax, enjoy my life. There's no great statesman who talks about his personal enjoyment instead of the welfare or kind of fostering a virtuous lifestyle. So, but with all that, he's still a great hero, and I admire him for that.
Professor, like what you said about Zeke, many people will have, yes, he played some roles, but we are talking about things, people, because when we look at the position we are today, it started right from time. Like some people, I myself have been asking, even the pre-independent era of Nigeria, while others like Tafawa Balewa stood their ground, Ahmad Bello, openly campaigning for northernization agenda of the North. And that is why, the reason why the British negotiated with them, one of the reasons, if I may say that, and negotiated with them and gave them almost all their requests before being part of Nigeria. And all he did, because if we can just, wave off and call that he made a mistake, okay, he just a mistake. But we are suffering the consequence. So it might not go well with most of us, I'm telling you honestly. Because as somebody so charismatic, intelligent, and wise as he was, he should know better in the future of how the consequences of what he did, even right from independent time. Because every negotiation went to the North, and that is why they got everything. While he was there championing for the overall Nigeria without no taproot, others were there. They started from defending their own side, their region, their people, their ethnic nationality. And we witnessed what happened in history. He became an empty drum, just a president of Nigeria. And I see this character. This is why you are an elder, you're a veteran. This is why many people of our time, they despise our elders. I must be honest with you. Because we don't sound political because people that put us in this type of mess we are, and after we still give them respect, I don't agree with that personally. And millions of us the same view. Because if for example you see the Northerners, they can even kiss the tomb of Ahmad Bello, Tafawa Balewa, because they openly solicited for their people. Direct. There is no two ways about it. You have to be brutal when you are fighting for your people's interests. That is you earn respect. Not when you want to sacrifice all of us so that for your own personal interest, so that you become a president. And that is what is playing on today in our land. And that is why our elders, they want nothing in many of us presence. Many of our elders, not people like you, I must say. Because the word they are using, many of our people will be highly annoyed, honestly, because he's touching the emotion. If we need to respect him, what did he get for us? All of us be suffering. The same thing today, what is happening in our land, all these so-called political elites, they don't negotiate for us. Nothing. What matters for them is their political stand. Nothing and nothing. And we are being treated as fourth-class citizens. And can we, after we say we respect them? I don't think so, sir. With all due respect.
I respect your views very much, but I want to tell you that if only current leaders, a citizen who fought to get independence for the country, had to reach some great compromises. It happened in the United States when they had the New Jersey plan and the Virginia plan, and they had to reach Connecticut's kind of kind of two legislative houses to reach compromise. When I look at Nnamdi Azikiwe, I think of the contribution he made to establishing called Nigeria. He established and everything has time. I think of him establishing African Continental Bank. Think of him above all establishing University of Nigeria, Nsukka, as an Ivy League institution. I think he tried. Was he perfect? No. Do I agree with that side of his slack position? I don't. But I recognize that he made a great contribution. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. It will be another a discussion also for another. It will be a topic of its own. Let me take this call. I think it's going to be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Thank you for holding on. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Your name, where you calling from, and set your question. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother Jonathan. My name is Michael Ugochukwu Chukwemeka. I'm calling you from United Kingdom. My question goes like this. Why is it that our leaders in IPB, when I say IPB, I mean Biafra, have not yet engaged all Biafra's friendly nations worldwide to highlight Biafra's right to self-determination to organizations such as United Nations, EU, AU, US, UK, etc., ECOWAS? Why is it up till now that we are not making those diplomatic moves to at least to those who are very close to us, who are very friendly and sympathetic to us? Why can't we approach them to see how they can push our case forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're the last caller, but I think in a way, I think this question has been treated in a way. But please, the panel, if you have anything to say, because this is the last question, and from here, you give your pattern shots, and there is it. Please go on.
Well, good evening once again. Okay, Doc.
Go ahead.
Right. I just want to address Mwajak. I believe you know the answer to the question. The truth is this, and this is my own take regarding these people we call our elders. Doc Mazi Okach, as you rightfully said earlier on, Ohaneze was formed by Northerners. In fact, it's more, another name for them is like stooge organization from the Northerners in our home or in our midst. these people are hostage. They are just kind of I don't know what to call them. I'm being honest. So sometimes I'm trying to let our youth understand that they should take their eyes off these people as kind of answer or solution toward our problem. It just can't. There's this, well, I just don't want to digress or move so much. Suleiman Shah is father to Atrube, and then Atrube gave birth to Osman, which the founder of Ottoman Empire. This thing, the illustration there tells you how treacherous these people are. They are very, 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 very good at it. You get me? So they will come to end. It's like what the Fulanis are doing now. Telling you, oh, they want to settle here. Oh, they are just grazing. Oh, they want this. Oh, they want gradually, unabated, like spotted hyena. You get me? So you have to find a way to kind of debunk or destabilize this their systematic onslaught toward us. And one of them, which is major, I wouldn't say the major tools they are using, is these people we are hanging your hope on, calling them Ohanes and Deep, which is an extension of People's Club and all dress of, I don't even know what to call them. So as a youth or a grown-up person now, it's high time you wear the coat of discerning. You must, how should I put it? You must be able to reason critically now, evaluate every situation very, very critically. Don't hang me. I'm telling you now, this is my take on them. I don't like when people refer to them because they never ever, or you can tell me now before this program, the person call now, maybe Mazi Jonathan can even leave one more call to tell me where these Ohanese have done something in the interest of our people. So I see them as enemy within, serving the interests of the masters in the search of little crumbs that fall out from the table. Very simple. Thank you very much. And I don't look up to them. I don't see them as anybody. They are not anybody to me, regardless of who they are. They are not, because they have never fought for the interest or anything that benefited me, people before me, or people coming behind me. I can't see anything or blueprint or even pattern from them indicating that, okay, from these people, they're going to be green light or even our life will be better. So what are you calling them Ohanese? Who made them Ohanese? So these are stooge. Get that. Once you get that message, then you should be able to ignore them and keep moving. Now, if we are more than all these are our profs here, like Professor Ewa. How old is he when he was battling with these people? Talk less of us now that is full-fledged, able-bodied men. And we are still looking for an age that is, some of them are like your grandfather or what? What are they going to do for you? So move on. Hence, they are elder or they don't want to play their part. They don't want to take responsibility. We shove them aside. It's not disrespect. We move them aside. That's not disrespect because they're not seeing what we are seeing. They are not considering our danger we are facing today and going forward. So they should stay by the side. We move forward and go and deal with the problem that is facing us. So I don't, like my father now, if I come to a farm now, why would I expect my father to farm my hectares while I'm there? I would say to him, Daddy, okay, you've done this, wait now. It's my duty now to take on.
Mazi,
thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Okachi, before you come in, let me say something so that you also put everything into context. As our brother says, sorry, I cannot get your name. As you said right now, yes, what you said, nobody, I can virtually say that nobody is looking up to them for anything positive. But the issue is this: they are making things even more difficult for us because they, as you say, they are stooges being put there as an institution. Whenever anything happens, they will still put out statements And that statement will be, kind of valid in the eye of Nigeria, and they will promote it. And that thing is against us. And my question, and which is also one of the worries of our people, like Kelechi asked, what are we going to do? Because they are blocking the road. Not that had it been, they say, okay, as we are no more, we are retiring, so please have it, you go. We can only be, if there is anything we advise. But no, they block Agadabachiruzo, Collins Obi. That is who they are. They can put out issues. Oh no, if diplomatically, if they are contacting, they say Igbo social cultural group, it's them that they are going to be contacted, for example, and they continue being our blockade, blocking our progress. There lies the problem. So that is why many people are soliciting for violence against them, direct. So that it's no more, because when we say, okay, we don't care for, after all, for example, IPOB, we don't care about them. If we say, okay, we go or do what we are doing, like Mazi Nnamdi said earlier, he told Nnayanwodo, he said something. You people, he said it in Igbo language. Go move your learn. You let us where you can what we are doing. Now you are on learning, now we are on learn, so that don't block us. We'll be going like Auche, all that Auche. But their own is that they are blocking us. Direct. Now, what is the solution? That is the thing. Mazi, Doctor, please go.
Okay. Can you
go on? Your voice is coming.
Right. There are several issues with that's arisen and is their participation. I think it goes way back to us losing the war. Yeah. And also the Igbo culture, respecting the elders. We respect the elders so much that people have not come out of the shell, that even if the elder is misleading you, you don't have the courage to say to them, Oga, this road you're asking me to travel on is going to hurt both you and me. That is what IPAB is supposed to do. Because they believe that Ohaneze is not assisting in Biafra restoration. And everybody knows that. Because they're holding us back. They're acting as what we call useful idiot to the Hausa Fulani plan. Yeah? So because you're being kind to them, and they're just, look at what's happening now. They're talking about Igbo presidency. I don't know how many times they're going to talk about Igbo presidency. You're not going to be a president in Nigerian setup, because they're not interested in you being a president. They're not going to be even if you're president, it's not going to help us. So they need to understand that survival is vital for the Biafrans. They don't even call themselves a Biafran, they call themselves Nigerians. And that is really the problem we have. And you nailed it on the head. You even brought Zeke as a possible person who started it. And we have to be mindful that Zeke has his own problems. But the Ohaneze was instituted by your enemies to check and balance any chance of you rising out of your difficulties. So my take on it is that Ohaneze, until they change their tune, I'm carefully watching what they're saying. They're turning up in the courts. When Nnamdi goes to the court and say, we have a representative on behalf of Ohaneze, this and that. But you are the one who prescribed Biafrans in the first place. So you can't have it both ways. You can't encourage the prescription of your people and then go and represent their leader in the courts. They just have to make up their mind. So they're full of double standard, which is really what the rest of Biafra need to recognize. These people are no good for us. They're not helping us. They're just getting in the way. As you said, they should stay in a different lane and let us be on a different lane. And until the young ones, so the Biafrans, decide what is more important is not Igbo presidency, but self-determination, having your own country, because from there you can be as president as you want, because the North want to be in power in perpetuity. They're not going to change their mind. And that is what the whole thing is about. So for Biafra's sake, for the sake of all these millions who have died, we need to not pay too much attention to people like Ohanese as an organization, because then they're not really representing the Igbo. They're representing the Hausa oligarchies, the Hausa Fulani oligarchies' expectation of what they think the Igbo should do. Okay? Until we understand that, it's going to carry on being difficult. Going back to what Mike asked, are we doing diplomatic? The Ohanese should have been the ones taking the diplomatic circle, challenge and going to all the countries and say, our people are being wiped out. But they don't want to say, in fact, they are the ones blocking to be represented and say, never mind, we're all one Nigeria. Do you understand, Mike? So they're saying we're one Nigeria, don't mind, don't pay heed to this show. They're our children. They're misguided. They didn't see the war. If they saw the war, they would not be saying what they're saying. So they're really blocking the roadmap, as Jonathan is mentioning to us. So that is what we have to distinguish between those who are not interested in that overall emancipation. Be they Ohanese, be whatever organization you are. If you're not interested in Biafran emancipation, then you're going against our liberation. So Ohanese is sticking his head up, and any other organization decided that they're not interested in emancipation, they want to be one Nigeria, then we should go around them and move away. That's my take on it. So those who are supposed to be leading the diplomatic charge and challenge, they're not doing it. So it's all left with the IPOB. And that's really where we are. Thank you.
Doc, to support you, Mazi, wait, hold on. To add to what you said regarding Ohanese coming to court, obviously, we are not that daft. Are we this crazy to even let that wash for us? It doesn't wash for us. Make no mistake, they said, fear your enemy most when he appears defeated. So they are coming there saying, oh, Hanese is presented in front of media, their Gota media, to kind of douse the anger of our youth against them. It's just a waste of time. People like us, it doesn't wash for us a second. Okay? In fact, these people should go ahead and thank our Nnamdi Kanu. Being honest to you, they should just go and thank that man. Because I don't even see reason why somebody should just name himself or Hanese and be championing their face concerning me when he's leading me into hell, and I'll be keeping quiet because of his answering nonsense or Hanese. What for? So for us, to me, they don't exist, they don't count for anything.
Thank you very much. And in order to add something, I don't know, you okay? You're done? Okay. I don't know. We are not hearing your voice. I don't know whether you're done. But let me say this also. Dr. Okachi, you talked about Ohanese in the context of even supporting the agitation. But if we flash back, I will ask, even under the Nigerian setting, what has Ohanese achieved for Ndigbo? You see nothing, absolutely nothing. Under their care, under their nose, Igbo groups, Igbo communities were carved into different states under their nose, and there they became minority. They are being slaughtered at will. No place they run to. In Kogi, in Benue, they represent Ohanese. Let's talk about now under Nigerian setting, not even supporting Biafra. What have they achieved? Absolutely nothing. So what our brother said now is the truth. They are there in order to perpetuate, make sure that the rules, I mean the Fulanization of our land is complete. But you know, because they are getting little crumbs. That is the only thing. So for me, really, we are of the view that these people, they should thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu anyway. They should thank him, honestly. Otherwise, people's anger are too much that you know, we shouldn't be even saying it like this. So I don't know. We are headed towards the end of this program. So please, the panel, you are parting shots in few minutes. Please. Over to you, please.
Can I make a short remark?
Okay, everybody. Doesn't really matter which order you're going. No, yet. You all done very well. Thank you very much. I think we leave the final say to Prof. Ewa. So, Chichi, you want to say something about where we're at? There's something you want to add? What you think we should do going forward as a bid education? If you have any ideas, suggestions, thank you. Chichi.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Justice. I just want everybody to realize that Biafra education awareness is something that is continuous. It doesn't end by listening today, but it's something that we have to continually have at the back of our mind that is important to educate ourselves and gain the knowledge required to know where we were. Many questions have been asked today, and you see that there's a need for this Biafra education, where we are and where we're going to. And also the need for us as in creating awareness and guiding the beat of knowledge, to also remember that we have the veterans, and we said it earlier, but I want to reiterate it and say, I also talk about it again and say that it's important for us to gather all information we can, as Dr. Uche said. Record what you can, write what you can, get all the information from the veterans, get everything they need to say, so we'll begin to put together the dots, put together the pieces, put together the beads, put together to make up a pearl and understand everything that has to do with Biafra. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for all the panel members. We've learned a lot this night. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan, for inviting us. Thank you, Lolo Caro, for making it possible. Thank you, great Biafrans all over the world. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
Chinyere Kalu, want to say something for us?
Yes, Mazi, I just wanted to say a very heartfelt thank you to everybody and all the listeners all over the world. Thank you so much. We love you. And I will just say, all of Biafra, the fight continue. Freedom is underway, and our leader will come out, and we must just take heart and courage. And Biafra is already here. Thank you so much.
Thank you
very
much.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Bless you.
Thank you. Wonderful contribution. Well done. Dr. Uche, your closing remarks, please. Dr. Uche, are you there?
Dr. Uche or Dr. Noke?
Dr. Uche.
No, I think he's not there. Uche Anyanwago.
Yeah.
He's not there. He's not here. It's off. It's gone. You can go. You can get another person.
Okay, Lola Carol, you want to say what? Party shots? No.
Yes. Yes, it's been a wonderful evening. Listening to everybody. I can feel the pain in a lot of the rulers' voices coming in, and it's for me it's been quite a tearful evening, the professor spoke about, I won't pronounce his name because I will get it wrong. Then he will be calling me out on the radio.
No,
but, I will get it wrong.
Okay.
That's my best effort. You said that when you pass on what you will say to the veterans on the other side, and this is something that I think is for all of us, not just for yourself, is what when we pass on to the next life, what can we say that we've done in this life? So that if we can do as much as we can in this struggle to help those that are less fortunate than ourselves, most certainly. The caller that called in about his father, that he couldn't even remember, he wasn't quite sure about some of the dates, etc. Please video your father and get all the details down as much as possible, and that goes for any others that can be recorded, as they are part of history, and these are things that we need to pass on to generations ahead of us, and it's very, very important. Another thing that Dr. Justice touched on was the fact that there is a lot of things happening in the background that we cannot talk about on air, that you will not see on social media or on Facebook. And I know that it causes a lot of anxiousness when people want to know everything because you're desperate for some good news. But, you know, sometimes we have to be working in the background and we can't always share every piece of information because obviously not everybody is a friend, as Philip Effion rightly put in the beginning. So we have to be very careful some of the things that we broadcast on there. And saying that, you know, we work assiduously for the restoration of Biafra, and the funding comes in from all over the world. And we encourage everybody in every nation to keep supporting, keep the struggle going. And we're always there, and we're always going to push forward with the struggle. It's been a wonderful evening. That's good night from me. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Val, you want to say your piece now?
Yeah, well, that's not well. We've deliberated quite well this evening. I just want to encourage Biafrans to, I don't know, stand firm. If you haven't woken up from your slumber, please wake up now. We don't, no time, no dull moment, in fact, for those people who use that time. Wake up now and join this moving train. It's time to go home. If we don't get this Biafra this time around, everybody should just find your Islamic name or whatever you're going to answer with your head probably cut off somewhere. Okay? Relentless and resolute is the answer. And they know it. Okay, let us unite and keep moving on. There's nothing these people can do to us at all, and they know it. So we are facing them here in the West as much as we can, stopping them here. People back home to stand firm and know that very soon we're going to go home. You understand? Because if you say I won't go home, why are you in your own house? Written. Or any person else that said that he will be in his house, but I will not go to my own house. It doesn't work that way, and it doesn't gel. So, and they know it. The only position we have now is everybody to stand firm, proper firm, and let's keep moving. And regardless of what they do, we keep on moving. Biafra is all we need, and it's our right, and we are not taking anybody's place or land. That's what we want, and that's what we're gonna get. Thank you, Biafrans, until we meet again. God bless everyone.
Thank you very much, Val. Thanks for your support. Okay. My friend Delek, want some closing parts?
Yes. Can I first say thank you for allowing me to be part of this conversation? My send away comments are these. Respect your veterans. Recognize that they fought a brave fight. Recognize that they weren't defeated by the North or by the Northerners. that they were being fought by the British colonial powers. It was a proxy war. And they were fighting that war without any external help. So they were beaten by the British in a proxy war. There's reasons to be proud of the fight that they put up in those circumstances. Secondly, I'll say that your greatest asset is your stories. Treasure them, document them, preserve them. They must become almost like an article of faith, almost a mini religion around which you rebuild and recongregate. You can't afford to, like rainwater, just seep into the soil and get lost. But if you can capture it, it can be the rallying force that unites your diaspora with those at home, that connects the veterans, those who have gone, with those who remain and those who are. It's all about how well you organize yourself. Those are the comments that I like to give.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you for your participation. It's good to have a historian. Okay, Prof.
Yes.
Give us your parting shot, sir.
Okay. Okwute mgbe ikpe ka m soro gị zuru.
Bike ka m soro n'ime gị.
Okwute mgbe ikpe ka m soro gị biri.
Okwute mgbe ikpe ka m bata n'ime gị.
Ojukwu nwoke mara mma kwe ka m soro gị biri.
Ojukwu nwoke mara kwe ka ị soro biri.
Ndewo, Prof. Veteran sons, they will always be number one.
I want to especially thank all of you, especially the organizers of this wonderful awakening. This is a reawakening. I want to thank my in-law, our in-law. What's his name again? Please, can somebody call his name?
Dele Ogun.
Dele Ogun. You are a masterpiece. I would like to have your detailed information so that we can send you things to publish to us. Thank you. You've been a great asset. Let me put it this way. That after identifying the problems, come to the stage where I believe that we have this, our struggle has entered the second phase. The second phase is now, what do we do to show Nigeria that Nnamdi Kanu is representing Biafra? He's a nationalist, he's our brother and the leader of our struggle. Secondly, now that he's in jail, what about the leadership of the struggle? Leadership is, do we still have anything in form administration? I'm suggesting that if we adopt Auchi as a solution, theoretical and ideological weapons used, we can select few people to use Auchi as a theory, create a new agenda, just because of Nnamdi's situation, and because what do we do in a situation like this for us to continue the struggle? And if possible, how are we going to become more effective in this second phase? So, I think Uche can do all that for us. What I mean is, there is need to form college shadow virtual state. Like I said, Biafra has not lost its legal persona. And the virtual Biafran state, or can I call it a shadow state, will have departments responsible to develop certain ideas, certain methods, and certain programs and projects. And concrete ideas is how best we should change our tactics. Like Dokuka just said, it's not everything that is public, but the think tank, the second phase wants an urgent establishment, committees, or shadow government that will send new ways to tackle it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Always a pleasure to hear you. And my wish, prayer is that Prof see the Biafra country. There's no way around it. You have to see Biafra much better.
Before man.
The Lord will hear us. Mazi Jonathan, thank you for hosting us. I know you didn't expect this to last so long.
It doesn't matter anyway. You know, it doesn't matter. It's good.
Jonathan, I have enjoyed it. Thank you.
Prof, I would love to even host you, even each and every one of you, you know, privately.
Yes.
One at a time. Yeah.
Let's hear from Prof Young if he's come back.
Okay.
Yeah, he's back here.
Prof Young, we are going our closing remark. I'm sorry, we picked the wrong date for you. It wasn't a Saturday.
No, that's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The whole world is hearing you.
First of all, let me pay my respects to a man that has remained very humble, Professor Ewa Onoke. You know, you come here and then you put yourself on the same level, all of us. I appreciate your humility, but I do not have to be humble on your behalf. I think special recognition needs to be given to
yes.
Who went up regards for my father, who's very happy where he is. So we'll keep the story alive. We'll continue to celebrate ourselves. If they couldn't defeat us, they couldn't destroy us, in spite of all they brought against us, they will not destroy us now. We've come too far to be destroyed.
It's too late for them.
And so we'll keep the story alive. We'll make sure that our children, our grandchildren, will keep the story alive. And like the rest of you, I see our freedom. We don't have it yet, but it's coming. We're definitely going to attain freedom. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful, depending on where you are, morning, afternoon, or night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Biafrans, it's been a pleasure spending a few minutes or hours with you. Mazi, I'm really grateful for the opportunity and the team we've assembled. My goodness. Thank you all very much. I'm not going to say any word of my own. I'm just going to borrow what Ojukwu meant during this is how his phrase is. One of them talks about the human spirit, which Biafra reflected, and the fact that they couldn't crush that human spirit. I just say what he said. He said, nothing can crush the spirit of a determined people. I think if Biafra were not determined during the war, they would have despaired. That's number one. The second phrase I like to quote, he said, we do not ask for pity. We make no apologies for the social phenomenon known as the Biafran Revolution. Rather, we proclaim with pride the inevitability of our struggle, the indestructibility of our people, and the assured finality of our success. And finally, he said, November, December 68. As I have said before, and I repeat, this is what he said. As I've said before, and I repeat, the war we are fighting is an imperialist war with acquiescence of the United States and fought by proxy. I see Biafra as a bastion of freedom in an age in which freedom and self-determination are conditioned by the color of the skin. I will go further to say that for the acceptance of the black race, there must be a Biafra. If this Biafra is stifled, then perhaps in future, another will emerge. And that's what I like to rest with you. That's from the Ojukwu himself. So if the current one, 68, is stifled, another Biafra will emerge. So I am confident that Biafra will come to stay sooner or later. And I thank everyone who participated. Will you please pray with me for our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, to come out of that place where he is, because Biafra will come, whether our enemies like it or not. He's saying,
Thank you. There will thank you, each and every one of you for being here. You are really peels, a collective peels of wisdom. Thank you for speaking to Biafrans, for speaking to humanity, freedom lovers. Therefore, once again, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom, you have had it all. You have had it. The part of history that you are prohibited from hearing. That is the beauty of it. When we tell our own story, that is how it goes. Therefore, I enjoin each and every one of you, as long as Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra is our religion. And we have no reason, I say, we have crossed the river Rubicon. We have no reason to go back, venture back, because going backwards is death. Direct death. Our leader is in the dungeon, and as we know, and we continue to raise alarm about his life being in danger, we will never keep quiet, because this time around is not 1967/70. No, we have many things, many resources available for us to use, to exploit. As one of our revered veterans said, it concerns all and sundry. That talent, that your natural talent, you bring it, use it towards the restoration of Biafra. And I assure you, Biafra will come sooner than later. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow is another day. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Together, the more we fight together, the stronger we shall be. The more we fight together, the more we fight together.